something wonderful to add up to. We also saw that there was a clear integration of IKS across all our concept nodes. And so, just as I said earlier, peace building, security, and historical relevance. One of the proposals is trying to see the importance of elders in how they come in resolving conflict. And that's tells us going back to our traditional knowledge system, whereby we need to understand how our elders have been resolving conflicts before the whole idea of technology coming into place and or the whole idea of westernization with peace building coming into place, which is not even yielding the expected outcome for us. And we also saw the level of potentiality for collaboration, which we are able to connect all our concepts together. So also there was the idea around African source references and contextual grounded framing. So helping us to see that we were not just relying on Western literatures, but rather we're also trying to rely on African literatures just to support our arguments. So that was one major strength in our proposals. The weakness. So there was not this clearly defined research questions and objective was missing in the sense that okay, some proposal has research question, no objective, some has objective, no research question, or in the case whereby none of them was present. So that was one weakness. There was some sort of outdated references, also references of 1980s, and they were not trying to portray historical facts, but rather they were trying to portray um, evidence that are currently happening. So we felt that those outdated references needs to update. So then we have weak and clear. So you can just go read through that to so we have areas for improvement. So we thought about, okay, guys, to make this work out, we need to be very clear research question objectives. And why is that important? Because doing that helps us to guide our study and help us to get meaningful feedback. So we talked about also ensuring that we have clear methodology approaches. And this is to also allow practical collaboration. That's the reason why we had to go with. We also argued that we should have diversify our scholarly references, just not to ensure that our references are regionally based and literatures are regionally based, so that it doesn't feel like we are holding on to past glories, but rather we can support argument other people had said in recent time to support our debate. Same thing with strengthening our product statements and justification. Then we also agree that we shall let our research question and objectives align together and specify outcomes, relevance, and impact. Then the last area of improvement is use clear, accessible, and inclusive language. One of the proposals, for me, was clear, but for my group mate, other group members, it felt like it was academic jargon. They had to read 2 to 3 times before they could clearly understand. So we had that we need to minimize our jargons, ensure that it doesn't become over complex, so that people that are not academic can also be able to read it, and so that it's going to be easy for everybody to understand. So I'll just take a pause here and allow my group member colleague Tino to give us common themes and areas for collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you, Daniel. Good morning, everyone. Well, I was told we're left with less than 5 minutes, so I'll keep it very short. Um, for our areas of collaboration, we saw that there is potential for shared authorship and joint publications, seeing that our areas are in peace education, communication, and peace building, and these are interlinked in this relationship. So for that, we saw that an area that we could write about is the revitalization of traditional judicial systems in Africa. And we also saw that we could talk about indigenous approaches to peace building and the focus on restorative justice. We saw that there is an opportunity for collaborative community engagement that is drawing from the lessons, and we could have a comparative analysis of our cases from our different regions. Policy advocacy is one of them, and also collaboration in digital platforms, that is the dissemination of the information. The correlation of our themes facilitates an opportunity for sharing insights and also documentation, with an emphasis on cross-regional learning, and which will diversify our regional hub. And then for policy actions and impacts, the first one is reinstatement of traditional, oh, sorry. I'm supposed to do this. Reinstatement of traditional courts is the primary focus for minor offenses. That is to say that we recognize that our traditional courts are important for conflict resolution. That will also facilitate reduction in recurrence of these conflicts and um, how communities will also move forward after conflicts. So we realize that there's need for institutional support for these traditional courts to be reinstated in our communities and also restore harmony and restorative justice, and then systematic documentation of indigenous knowledge systems. We realize that for IKF, the problem is that there is no documentation of our indigenous knowledge. So through archives, oral histories, school curricula, we can reinstate and document these knowledges and use women and youth, because women are the custodians of this knowledge. And by integrating youth-based generational transfer um, of this knowledge. And yeah, so in conclusion, our group is looking at reinstating community-led systems that will combine indigenous knowledge system and governance. Thank you.
You finished a few minutes ahead of time, which is very impressive. Thank you very much. So shall we please have the discussion for the group?
It has 3 discussions, so welcome.
And the time remains 5 minutes, strictly.
Good morning, everyone. We're the discussants for Group 15. I really enjoyed this concept note, just reading through the one-page summary. Often there's a colonial narrative that pre-colonial African societies were not sophisticated and it was the dog continent, but there were governance systems that were in place, such as the chiefs court and tribal councils that were in place as governance systems. The key insights that we took away from Group 15 one-pager and from this morning's presentation is emphasis on indigenous knowledge systems and how they can play a role in justice, communication, as well as conflict resolution. There's a shared concern amongst the groups, amongst the fellows in the group, over the loss as well as the revitalization of traditional institutions, advocating for their formal recognition and integrating them into contemporary governance. What I really liked in particular was how Western justice systems are much more punitive and don't focus on restoration and community building. Often during colonial rule, indigenous knowledge systems were destigmatized by colonial governments by undermining them and effectively banning them. So restoring these systems is very important. Strengths of the concept notes that we found was that the summary indicated collective alignment toward culturally grounded development. They combined both theoretical and as well as practical approaches on how they plan on restoring these governance systems. We liked their proposal for multi-layered collaboration, which included joint publications, community engagement, digital platforms, as well as policy advocacy. It shows a comprehensive strategic approach with multiple layers. Their policy actions were clear, such as reinstating traditional courts and the systemic documentation of IKS. These are well articulated as well as their anticipated impact. Of course, like any work, there's always room for improvement. Some of the gaps or weaknesses that we'd like the group to reflect on is that their summary lacked detailed implementation strategies or rather timelines for their proposed policies. It risks that these recommendations may just stay surface level and them being operationalized won't happen effectively. Secondly, there's limited discussion on potential challenges or resistance from the state, institutions, or even community members towards these policy reforms. Pre-colonial societies were complex, and it must be emphasized that they're not pristine or perfect. So these systems were not always in agreement with everyone. The last point is that the concept note focuses heavily on cultural and community aspects. There's less emphasis on socioeconomic factors that could leverage or even hinder this revitalization process. I'm going to leave it up to my group members to speak about how their presentation connects to broader Indigenous knowledge debates, recommendations, as well as some questions for them to reflect on. Thank you.
And between the two of you, you have less than 1 minute.
Pardon us for inclusion, for the sake of inclusion. Okay. For me, I'll do a presentation on how we connect the broader discussion on indigenous languages. First of all, we've been able to notice that the group shows an ecosystem that actively pursues restoration and recognition of governance systems and inherent rights like governance systems and other regions and groups that are giving the same examples as well. And the other thing is the debates that we've seen has risen the effectiveness of indigenous justice system and their effectiveness. And we look at how it is and their potential in human rights violation. The other thing that we've seen connects the broader discussion is the contested debate on legitimacy and traditional governance systems, on who is the power on the power currently.
You have
So,
10
I'd
seconds.
like her to do the question.
Quick questions for the group that they could maybe reflect on. How does the group propose to navigate potential conflicts between traditional justice systems and national legal frameworks? How does the group propose to measure the impact and sustainability of the proposed community engagement and policy advocacy initiatives? And
We
maybe
even gave you 5
I'm sorry.
seconds.
and
Oh,
perhaps
so
just clear
we-
that context. What do you mean by minor offenses?
Thank you very much. This morning I had breakfast with the son of a school principal. And he was telling me that his father was a school principal, and strategically, normally I book a breakfast with him or whenever because he's very busy. But this morning, strategically, he came to sit right next to me to make sure that I was going to behave accordingly. And that is none other than our executive secretary. Unfortunately, he's not here yet. Now we open the floor to questions, and
Hello, I'm Chidima from Nigeria. I want to thank you guys for your amazing presentation. It was really wonderful. So my question is on your proposed policy actions. One of your recommendations was the reinstatement of traditional courts. So I don't think I have enough information to speak for all African regions, but at least I know for West Africa, this already exists. The reinstatement, we have traditional courts. A substantial amount of West African countries, they have traditional courts. At least I know in Nigeria, customary courts exist and area courts exist. The customary court applies to the south and the area court applies to the north. And they have jurisdiction to address issues of customary issues arising from communities, villages. So this idea of your policy of reinstating a traditional court, it feels like you're suggesting something that already exists, unless, of course, there are specific countries or it's specific to a particular policy or a country or a person doing that it doesn't exist in their country. So the issue, however, in these institutions that exist is that some of them do not have exclusive jurisdictions. Okay, they still have to run their decisions over to the high court and all. But in terms of restatement of traditional courts, this exists. So I just want to know whether the reinstatement of this is in terms of establishing a new one entirely, or maybe in terms of giving them, advocating for ways for them to operate exclusively without having to answer to the higher courts. And also that's my question.
Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tous, je suis Yapi Sandrine de la Côte d'Ivoire. Merci beaucoup au groupe pour leur exposé. Ma question, c'était de savoir, selon vous, comment vous pensiez que les savants endogènes peuvent aider à garantir la sécurité, la paix dans une communauté donnée? Merci.
Ok, thank you. Je reprends au nom de Zulkifil Saré Dabou, je vais du Bénin. Vous parlez des connaissances endogènes et la paix. Ce qui m'intéresse très bien, parce que nous venons de l'Afrique de l'Ouest, et parmi vous, il y a les Béninois et les gens du Nigeria. Nous savons que dans nos pays actuellement, ce qui cause plus l'insécurité, qui est la cause de l'absence de la paix, ce sont les gens qu'on appelle les djihadistes, les terroristes. Je voulais savoir comment vous voulez vous s'y prendre. Est-ce que ces personnes-là, d'abord, ils ne vivent même pas en communauté. Parfois, ils sont dans les forêts, en brousse, et viennent commettre des horribles en communauté. C'est ça actuellement qui cause le problème en Afrique de l'Ouest. Donc, comment vous voulez s'y prendre dans ce cas? Ou bien, la paix dont vous parlez ne les concerne pas. Même actuellement, la dernière semaine, le Bénin a été victime de ça. Vous savez très bien déjà. Où ils sont venus tuer des gens dans un village. Et vraiment, ça fait pitié. Donc, la paix dont vous parlez, ça les concerne ou pas, ou bien ils ne sont pas concernés dans le cas. Merci bien.
Thank you. I just wanted to build on the question from my sister Chidima from the third best jollof country in West Africa. For the avoidance of doubt, Ghana is the best in the world. But so still regarding the traditional courts, obviously currently we have a dispute in terms of what the reality is with common law and the so-called civil law as we have it in many parts of Western Africa. The Nigerian political scientist Peter Eke has this very seminal work, Colonialism and the Two Publics, where he discusses the primordial public, which relates to the traditional courts that you are thinking about, and then also the civic public, which relates to the more bureaucratic post-colonial system that we have. What he says is that because of the two competing normative imperatives in there, there's always this sense of schizophrenic situation that we have in many parts of Africa, because we are contending with two different value systems, moral systems, among other things like that. Given that some of the things that you are talking about here in terms of security and all of that often fall on the side of crime, which then ultimately falls in the hands of the state, which then ultimately also uses the civic approach. How do you negotiate that? And I guess the question has been asked already, but what I would say is that perhaps you should, if you haven't already, take a look at Peter Ke's work, and I think it will be very useful for what you are doing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Say that I'm very impressed that unlike the other chairpersons who were complaining that people are giving us manifestos, I'm not getting any manifestos. That's why people have spoken to the end. And let us keep the tradition intact.
Okay, good morning. Tengu Nomsha from Nigeria. So I am very, very impressed with this issue. My brother there is laughing because we interacted earlier before now. This issue about heritage and conflict is a new area of concentration that is springing up actually in heritage studies, and we call it critical heritage, where apart from looking at interpretation and preservation, we're looking at how to harvest heritage for contemporary problem solving. I want to understand your methodological base, because when you are talking about conflict heritage, it is highly contested among communities. And because you are approaching it from the angle of indigenous knowledge, my sister there talked about community courts, but apart from community courts, we have decentralized system of governance in Nigeria before colonial times. And so these places usually have where the authority taken away from them by these colonial powers, given to court system, given to central systems. What are the methodologies you want to put in place to speak about these decentralized systems in terms of their ability to solve problems in the society?
Thank you very much. You're not a disappointment. Over to you. Thank you.
Good morning. Good morning. Thank you for all your questions and contributions. I will attempt to answer some. So I will start with the one on minor offenses, the one of our discussant asked. If you steal a goat, it's a minor offense. If you commit suicide bomb, you plant a bomb in a church or in a mosque, I believe that's a major offense. So when we talk of minor offenses, you steal a goat, you steal a chicken, and you can be charged in a local customary court within your community. So you say you want to know more on minor offenses. So I think stealing a goat is a minor offense and killing a human being is a major offense. Then I'll attempt to answer the one on jihadists. My thesis is on women's role on counterterrorism in Africa. So I've studied a lot on terrorism and I've studied a lot on jihadists. Peace building in Africa. We are not magicians. We are not promising peace. We are advocating for peace building. And it has worked in so many countries and societies. For instance, when we visit the Genocide Memorial Museum, we discovered that part of their restorative pathway to peace building, they practice forgiveness and reconciliation, and it worked for the country of Rwanda. If Nigeria, Benin Republic, and all the countries in West Africa that are being currently terrorized by terrorists and jihadists, trust me, I stay in one of the most dreaded places in Nigeria, and I've seen terrorists with my eyes. I've seen people killed, displaced, dishonored in their own countries. If these people are charged to court, whether customary court or the higher court of appeal, and we within ourselves, within the community, can practice forgiveness and reconciliation the way Rwanda practice, we are on our way to peace building. Thank you.
Oh, sorry. Thank you very much to all my colleagues for the questions you guys have raised. So I'll start with my colleague from Ghana who presented the argument about PKK, colonialism, and republics. Yes, I'm quite familiar with the work of PKK or two publics, where he tried to talk about the civic society and the modern society. And again, which is the central cross of our argument. So you get to see this disconnect between civic public and the primordial public, a very, very disconnect, in the sense that as time goes, people are more connected with the civil public, and at the end of the day, realize that they forget what's going on. Sorry, they forget what's going on in the primordial public, which I also connect with the questions about potential conflict between the traditional courts and the modern courts. All the questions are lined together. So we're trying to see, okay, guys, we're not saying throw away civil public or the modern courts away. But let's also take more chances of traditional courts. Yes, there are traditional courts or customary courts in West African countries. But the truth is, cases are not tried there. You see someone stealing a goat sticking to a magistrate court or high court and is sentenced to life imprisonment for stealing a goat. And someone who had stolen money, killed people or destroyed life is given to pay fine. And you now start asking questions. Where's the balance? So we are seeing minor cases like this, as my colleague had said, we need to go back to those traditional courts and try those little minor cases whereby you get to understand the pain why this person had gone through those actions. Okay, he's still a goat. Why? Maybe because he's hungry, he needs to feed a family. Can we support this person to ensure that we come together? And as a result of that, the person gets sort of remorse. Again, to recite the example of the genocide, going through the story, you saw people being remorseful in the sense that because they realized the bad action. So we need to get to that point whereby we go back and understand that there are some basic traditional institutions, basic traditional ethics in our society, bring them out and talk among ourselves rather than thinking about, okay, I'm going to the Court of Appeal or Supreme Court. Let the civil cases be handled by the civic public and the primordial cases, let it be handled by the primordial cases. That's what we are trying to talk about here. Question on how do we want to measure the impact of on success? Well, so for me, this is going to be a tough one in the sense that this is one major thing we are trying to solve in Africa. How do we measure impact? So, and again, as we go through our research, as we try to rub minds among each other, because one of the things we're thinking about is come up with a policy brief that cut across all our disciplines. Then we'll start thinking about how do we measure impact? Okay, when you suggest this policy, or if we pick up this policy, how do you want to measure the impact going forward? So I think it's something like that, something we will go back among ourselves and review together. Thank you.
I would like to add to the 2 points that they've already made and hopefully address how it can help in guaranteeing peace and security in communities. Like they said, there are some minor offenses that do not need the punitive actions that come through the official judicial systems or courts in our countries. For instance, in my country, if someone steals cows, for instance, you get 10 years imprisonment for stealing a cow. And so we're saying before, in the past, there were systems and ways that were used for people who stole things in communities. So we want to reinstate those that focus mainly on the community. I'll try and stay like this until I finish. So there were ways and systems that they used to have. They talk about them. Sometimes you would be asked to participate in what we call in my community Nimbe. That is the communal silo that the chief has. So you contribute to that. You go and farm, work on the land, and you contribute to the community. So in that, it bridges the gap between the one who's offended the community and the community. In that way, there's a harmony that is there. So I think that will contribute to the peace and community or peace and security of the communities.
Thank you very much. Let us please have another round of questions. I love the sisters very much, but I'm going to give preference to those who have not yet spoken. I see that there are 2 hands already that have spoken in the first round. I don't mind, but let's first give to those who have not yet spoken.
Hello, everyone. Thank you guys for the wonderful presentation. This is so interesting to me. I just wanted to pose a thought. Maybe you'll keep exploring it as you keep refining your ideas. I think processing through minor crimes um, is a bit, there's a tension between the idea of not being as punitive as perhaps the European justice structure would handle things. And I think there's such African heart to the idea of not wanting to just be punitive but restorative. How then do you handle patterns of progressive transgression whereby there is evidence that the delinquency is kind of progressive in a way that can kind of fall out of the framework you built to manage? I I asked from maybe a selfish worry we sometimes all have, that sometimes we do want punitive justice. Do you get what I'm saying? You don't want a village delinquent who perhaps is going around and causing destruction, but we keep saying, well, let's help him. Oh, he's gonna die. That. You want to see that there's real justice happening. So how do you manage that kind of balance? Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, colleagues. My name is Monica Tulsile Buddha from South Africa. I just wanted to actually make a comment, Prof, based on what my brother, the second one, was saying regarding customary laws or traditional leadership. We had a case in South Africa, I think in 2021, a case of looting. And I remember there was a paper that I contributed in terms of to what extent do traditional leaders have power today? To what extent can they solve conflict? So unfortunately, most African countries live in democratic countries where European laws are being, enforced. And now traditional leaders do not longer have do no longer have a say. So even if someone does something within the community, they will not actually, even if they are banished, they will not really be banished per se, because they have rights and they can overrule that through the current laws that exist. So basically, traditional leaders are more or less decorating in our communities where they do not really have the final stance. If you are banished from a community, you can still go back. Yes. Thank you so much. Thank you.
The sister behind you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. For me, I'm putting up a response from one of the respondents from your group. And I would just like to say, yes, I am in support of the community laws and courts. However, we have to be very cautious when we look at the minor and major offenses. For example, in a case of murder or rape, to me, I would advocate that we still use the civil system as well to resolve such a dispute so as to have a deterrence on future occasions on the same, because some of these major crimes may not have a way that will say we'll just heal about it to cause a deterrence to the rest. That was my contribution on it. Thank you, not a question.
Thank you much.
Thank you very much. Mine is a brief one. I just wanted to highlight that Botswana actually practices a plural legal system where customary law through the Customary Act, we actually do recognize, we don't use the word chiefs because it's a colonial term. We call them Dokosi, which is our local language. And you find that we are able to still keep the two systems functioning very well alongside each other. So the Dokosi would practice the law or apply the law in customary law. And most times you find that it's stock theft cases that they actually try. And with the new government now, they're trying to give Dokosi more powers, more recognition, because those were eroded during colonization, and we're trying to restore their dignity. And hopefully we'll also have a good constitutional review exercise where we can revisit those powers. And hence the reason why you see Botswana in, whenever there is some civil war somewhere in Africa, Botswana presidents are called, particularly former presidents like Mogae. They've done a lot of peace building across African countries.
you very much. Once a person says she's going to be very brief, you must be very worried. Over here.
Bonjour tout le monde. Je suis Gombri Kadem du Burkina Faso. Je vais féliciter le groupe pour le brillant exposé. Et chez moi, je pense que c'est un commentaire. Et il faut dire que, à l'observation, le système judiciaire occidental crée plus de problèmes qu'il n'en résout. Parce que généralement, ceux qui commettent de petits délits sont généralement punis ou prennent plus de temps au niveau de la justice, alors que le système judiciaire traditionnel préconise beaucoup plus une insertion sociale de la personne sans faire en sorte que la personne soit dans une situation où elle ne peut plus supporter quelque chose. Et chez nous, au Burkina Faso, et actuellement, ce qui est en train de se faire, c'est que lorsque quelqu'un vole quelque chose, il y a ce qu'on appelle les délits mineurs. Ça se résout au niveau de la communauté. Ça, on ne parle que cela se résout. Lorsqu'on quitte ce niveau, les voleurs qui sont au niveau de la prison, lorsqu'on les juge, lorsqu'on on attrape quelqu'un qui a commis un délit, il y a certains délits qui sont à la justice. Ces gens sont jugés et ils font des travaux d'intérêt général. Ils prennent plus du temps en prison. Ils font des travaux d'intérêt général, c'est-à-dire l'agriculture, le curage des caniveaux, le nettoyage de la ville, pour faire en sorte que ces personnes, lorsqu'ils vont finir, pour que la personne qui va finir puisse se réinsérer dans la société, même les terroristes qu'on attrape, lorsqu'on les juge, ils font des travaux d'intérêt général. Et je pense que c'est encore intéressant d'aller dans ce sens que de poursuivre avec le système judiciaire occidental. Merci.
Seconds ahead. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you for such an insightful presentation on your concept note. Very briefly, it was stated that traditional authority and traditional leadership is not quite punitive, but we all know the fact that a lot of our traditional authorities are colonial artifacts. How does your group intend to get around the fact that in many contexts, it is still assumed and allowed that punitive measures in terms of physical punishment can be offered as a way to resolve criminal disputes? We know the history. We know that these were used to enforce fictitious linguistic and ethnic boundaries. So how do you then deploy indigenous knowledge, right, that divests itself from the kind of colonial legacies through some sort of decolonization to get around this issue where you have these ethnic potentates that have been installed as puppets of indirect rule? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Over to you.
Good morning, everyone. I just want to debunk the assumption that traditional courts are coming in to replace the state or what we are terming the judicial Western courts. The state and traditional courts work hand in hand, like what my sister from Botswana did. We just want the traditional courts to be recognized and to be given powers to, restore justice within community. And for my sister who asked the first question, that if we practice these traditional methods and it recurs, I just want to say in peace building, we say conflict is inherent. Conflict always recur. But this is where peace building comes in. Peace building is coming in to address social structures that lead to conflict. So addressing social or systematic injustices, addressing any form of injustice that might lead to insecurity or conflict. So peace building is coming in through these traditional courts to restore justice as a way to lead to community harmony. Thank you.
Ok, j'aimerais juste dire quelques.
Good morning. Okay, I don't like speaking publicly, but then I will try
So I'm here to try to answer the question which said, how do we propose to navigate conflict between traditional systems and modern systems? Yes, I have to admit it's going to be a challenge, but then just like my sister from Botswana has said, there are countries which use both the dual system of governments and it has been coexisting very well. For instance, in my case, the Kingdom of Eswatini, we have both the Tinkunda system and the modern traditional system. And they've been working really, really well together in helping solve conflicts and promoting peace in the country. So it is possible for other countries to use Eswatini as a case study and also tap back to traditional systems to like maintain peace and justice in their countries. So thank you.
And conclude within 2 minutes.
Ok, merci beaucoup. Ce que j'aimerais juste apporter, c'est que quoi, ici, ce n'est pas une place où on va réellement débattre de toutes ces questions. Nous sommes juste des chercheurs. Et t'es bien nous donner, comment dire, l'espace d'aller faire des recherches et revenir discuter de toutes ces questions dont vous avez posées. Donc, si côté djihadiste, comme mon frère Nino l'a dit, si Codesria peut nous donner l'espace sécuritaire et tout ce qu'il faut, pourquoi ne pas aller et faire ces genres de recherches et revenir? Donc, merci beaucoup.
Yeah.
Okay, just to add, just to answer the question on methodology, because my brother from Nigeria asked what's the methodological approach we are going to use. We are going to use focus group discussions. We are going to go to indigenous communities and ask people questions on how they judge people and charge people within the community. We are going to also have interviews with, will I call them judges or lawyers of the local courts in indigenous communities over the years. We are going to document cases that have successfully been passed and people who have been charged and then sentenced for committing crimes. Like we said, we are on a research. We don't have all the answers. When we get to the field, we'll get the answers. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Let us give a round of applause to this group, and we shall follow. Ritual. Please come up.
I think Dominique is there for the ritual, so I don't need to complicate life. Thank you very much. Make sure that you drink a lot of water, but also display the Codesria side of the bottle for everyone in your country to see. And to apply to all Codesria programs. I like this group because it crosses all the boundaries that I would have imagined, and I hope that Ayemi, you will keep this group intact, and we send them to Gulu in Uganda so that they can solve the peace and security challenges in that area. But by the way, I must make the point that for peace and security questions, that's a very, very important center to pay attention to, the center in Gulu. Because they have a department that deals with questions of transitional justice and all that. So I'm not pulling this from nowhere. And I'm happy that somebody brought in, I'm hoping that I'm not interfering with the picture, because you can continue with the picture while I blabber around. I like the point about Peter Eke that was raised. I'm just not sure that we still deal with the let me shut up. Yeah, please, I think you can proceed to the next group.
Shall we please have the next group coming over? And while we are waiting for them, as part of this discussion, I often, please come over, I'm just waiting for you. All the time, we tend to speak about traditional courts and customary laws and all of that. And we tend not to take into cognizance, just like our kings or traditional authorities do, that we're accepting assimilation. You know, we recognize this other law as the main law, and that the African laws are being accommodated in the process. And we don't seem to be questioning and interrogating that. That the laws from the West do not have more legitimacy than our laws. So let me hand over to them. Someone is overthrowing me as the chair. I'm not overthrowable. So thank you very much. Over to you, sir.
Good morning, everyone. I'll be doing a short poem before our presentation. I rise from a buried tongue, smokes of forgotten gods, drums echo through my vein, a heartbeat older than time. The wind carries my grandmother's song, whispering secrets the earth still keeps. My spirit walks through stolen history, gathering names that have been erased. I am the return, the remembering flame. I am going back to take what has been forgotten. Welcome to Sankofa. We are Team Sankofa, a collective of 7 research fellows drawn from Ghana, Nigeria, and Cameroon, united by a shared vision to revive, educate, translate, and reimage. Our name Sankofa is from the Akan language of Ghana, which means go back and fetch it. It is both philosophical and also a responsibility to every African. It's a call to return to what has been left behind in order to move forward to the future in wisdom. Our group consists of 5 fellows who are collective units and 2 independent researchers, each bringing unique regional and methodological perspective. Together, we form a very strong framework, which is 1, to revive, 2, to translate, and 3, to educate. We have 3 intertwined pathways of action, which seeks to 1, to bring back ecological system, language, and pedagogy that have been sustained over time, that have proven over time to have track record of success in solving most of the pollutions in our society. And to educate, we're looking for ways on how to inculcate this wisdom and idea into our educational system. And lastly, to translate, to bring back stories that have been forgotten, laying emphasis on them and making sure that we have metrics and various ways in which it can be accessible to everyone, so we get a whole lot of propagation of this particular ideology. Together, we're not just researchers, we are the bridge builders between memory and modernity, between what was, what is, and what can be done again. Welcome to Team Sankofa.
Good morning. Before I continue, I would like to teach you a greeting in my local dialect. When I say Machen, you say Yenua. Machen. Okay, and Yenua means my brother or my sister. So it's like a sibling. Yeah. And I'm from Ghana. And I think Uche from Nigeria did a very nice introduction of our group. And I would like to actually simplify all that he said. And all he said is that when we say Sankofa, we don't mean going back to get everything. I do understand that as Africans, there are some practices that if I am to mention that we should go and recollect them, everybody here will throw a stone at me. And that is not what we mean. What we mean is that there are some knowledge or practices that are eternally relevant. And the focus of our group is environmental sustainability. How are practices of the past that are eternally relevant? How are they able to solve our current issues? And one thing that was unique that was not mentioned was that even though the fellows are coming from 3 different countries, all the projects are focused on one country, which is Ghana, and that is it. So a common, and that's the team composition, which has already been shared. So I'll then move to the diverse disciplines that the 3 projects are focusing on. All the projects are multidisciplinary, so you would have, even though 3 projects, you'd have 5 diverse disciplines that are cutting through. The first of it all is environmental studies, where we have a group focusing on environmental sustainability, another group focusing on agriculture, and another focusing on environmental conservation. And the other one is education and curriculum studies. Education and curriculum studies, because we are saying Sankofa, we are going back to reclaim knowledge of the past in ways that we are actually going to integrate them back into the society. And how are we integrating them? The 3 projects are focusing on one is focusing on integrating indigenous knowledge into the science education curriculum system. One project is focused on how we can reclaim environmental conservation practices for communities. And the other is focusing on how we can reclaim practices for agriculture. So we also have our approaches also forms part of the disciplines that we are looking at. We are also looking at sociology and anthropology, where we are reclaiming the knowledge by being part of the community. Like, we are not sitting aside the community. We are going to be involved with the community to get to know their practices so that we can actually broadcast it or bring its visibility. And next is community development and policy studies. We all know earlier projects have also mentioned this, that what we are doing should be sustainable. And how do we ensure sustainability? By making sure that what the knowledge that we gather is used probably at the national level from wherever we are having these projects. And we all know we are here for the AFRIAK Fellowship, which is the African Fellowship for Research into Indigenous and Ancestral Knowledge. So we have cultural studies and indigenous knowledge systems being the centrality of all the projects. And context and vision of the various projects. One thing remains central: the research methodologies employed by all the groups are indigenous research methodologies. We have the Sankofa methodology from one of the projects, the Toride methodology, and community mapping. And all these projects are kind of centered around the indigenous people. So it becomes quite difficult for us to actually outline our methodology. The thing is that if I tell you right now that we are going to the field to collect data through interviews, I might have lied to you, because in engaging indigenous people and indigenous knowledge sharing practices, interviews are quite okay to use. But one thing is that you might go and the knowledge bearer was told the story or was shared the knowledge through a story. And that to him is the best way of sharing that same knowledge with you. So to share emphatically that this is what we are going to do on the field, it's not quite, I would say, the best thing to do, because we are going to co-create the knowledge with them. And by doing that, we are not imposing how they should share with us their knowledge. So there is that flexibility among methodologies of how we gather the knowledge from the indigenous communities. So what we say is that we are actually going to engage the indigenous people. So how they deem fit to share the knowledge with us is with them, based on how, one, they were introduced to these knowledge systems, and two, how they see fit to share with us. And the vision of the entire group is that the purpose of the fellowship is to make sure that indigenous knowledge practices comes visible to all, and that is what we seek to do, to make sure that practices that are eternally relevant becomes feasible for the purposes of environmental sustainability. And two, we say that African ecological wisdom is marginalized in education and policy. And what we seek to do is that, as I've said earlier, we are not going back to reclaim everything. Probably there were some practices that were also not good for the environment. We are seeking to draw to visibility the practices that are of wisdom that we need now. And three, our collective reclaims indigenous knowledge as foundational science and not folklore or myth. Means to say that we are interested in knowledge that is practical, not that was believed to have been done, but that was done. And lastly, we aim to break the traditional ecological knowledge and formal systems for socioeconomic transformation. Similarities among our projects is that there are deep cultural grounding and contextual relevance. Uche's project is focused on the Odo River, and Damari's project is focused on agricultural practices, as she's currently involved in a project with a Mastercard-funded project in Ghana, where they are actually engaged with farmers. So, and the project of the group project is also focused on indigenous ancestral knowledge practices for environmental sustainability. And innovative use of epistemological and epistemologies and storytelling. That is, we are actually using indigenous research methodologies. We are not using knowledge gathering practices that are foreign to our identity as Africans. And our projects have strong link between indigenous knowledge and environmental sustainability. Okay, areas for improvement, that is to say that weaknesses that were identified where we deem fit to add a touch up and improve upon. Like, as I said, there is limited methodological detail in some concepts notes because most of the methodological details would be gathered when we actually go to engage those communities. And there's the need for clearer pathways from research to policy implementation. So one thing as a group we seek to do is that we are not policy experts, but since we intend contributing to policy, we would probably engage in, have engagements and consultations with policy experts, especially with regards to the areas where we deem to contribute for guidelines and need for a better theoretical underpinnings of our work. Some concepts notes, though contextually relevant and relevant to environmental sustainability, was not grounded in the literature, and so we will seek to improve upon those aspects. And these are recommendations which have already been stated: strengthen comparative and cross-country frameworks. We clarify policy uptake strategies and stakeholder mapping, and expand data validation through community partnerships. Common themes across our research. Everything that I'm going to say has already been said. Epistemic justice, to make sure that the knowledge practices of Africa is widely accepted and used, and also socio-ecological sustainability, addressing environmental issues and intergenerational knowledge, as we want to go back, consult our indigenous communities and also our ancestral knowledge, so that we bridge that gap between ancestral knowledge and modernity, and also epistemic sovereignty, to say that African knowledge is considered as legitimate truths.
Less than 1 minute.
Okay. Propose areas for collaboration to document and analyze indigenous knowledge across ethnic groups in Ghana, Nigeria, and Cameroon. Also develop practical frameworks for embedding indigenous knowledge into formal and non-formal education and policy. Promote inclusion of indigenous knowledge in agriculture, urban planning, and teacher training. And lastly, fellows collaborate in building capacity in indigenous knowledge documentation. Propose policy actions to introduce indigenous knowledge models in science education, integrate indigenous knowledge in urban planning, establish indigenous knowledge documentation guidelines, and document indigenous knowledge agricultural practices. If we reclaim the wisdom of our ancestors, we reclaim our future. Let's transform Africa policy and education through Sankofa, Toride, and community mapping and other indigenous research approaches, looking back to move forward. Join us in co-creating evidence-driven, culturally grounded solutions for Africa's sustainability. Thank you.
The ancestors are very proud of you. You finished just on time. Thank you very much. Shall we please have the discussion?
Morning, everyone. My name is Mwesige Jonathan. I'm from Uganda. I'm here to represent Group 11. Well, thank you so much, Team Sankofa, for this insightful presentation. Well, your work on the urgency of African knowledge in ecological debates is so timely, given the fact that climate change is one of the global challenges at the moment. More so, your work not only aligns with Codestria's objective of promoting policy-oriented research relevant to African realities, but also contributes to the realization of SDG 13 and 15, which call for urgent measures to combat climate change and its impacts, and protecting, restoring, and promoting the sustainable use of terrestrial ecosystems and biodiversity. So I have a few strengths which you observe from your concept. So your work has strong emphasis on epistemic justice, which recognizes indigenous knowledge as legitimate science and as science, which is commendable. Your work also has a powerful linkage of sustainability with culture and intergenerational knowledge transmission. And lastly, your work also has concrete and actionable policy recommendations. Maybe we have a few issues that you might want to reflect upon. Then lastly, we'll have the questions. Well, you've mentioned in the discussion and also in the concept that actually your work will focus in Ghana, yet some of you are from Cameroon, so you may think about the feasibility of that. And then the other idea that you might want to think about is you might want to clarify on who decides what content to be included or excluded in the formal curriculum. And then I have a few questions. We have a few questions. So you realize that in your presentation, you're talking more about what you're going to do, but then you're saying less about how you're going to do it. So our questions are centering more on how. So first question, what strategies can ensure that youth engage meaningfully with ecological wisdom in ways that speak to their modern realities? Then two, how do you think your recommendations will empower indigenous knowledge bearers? Then second last, how do you plan to include women? And then lastly, how do we navigate the tensions between state frameworks and community autonomy when institutionalizing indigenous knowledge? Thank you.
1 minute, 30 seconds ahead of your time. So please, fellows, note the comments and the questions that he has forwarded. We'll take just 5 questions from the floor and we combine those together. Any brave people?
No? I see one hand. I see the second one. Okay, I want to see new hands first. I see those two hands. They have participated before. Is there any other hand? Yes, that's the third hand, the sister here. Yeah. Please raise your hand so that the gentleman can see it. Yes. I have seen those 1, 2. I've noted you already 3. I've noted. So no new hands. Over to you, sir. You'll be the 4th, and brother, you'll be the 5th. 5 hands. Okay. Thank you very much. So over to them. We begin with this sister here.
Thank you so much for the nice presentation. I just want to ask in terms of you spoke about establishing guidelines. Could you just please elaborate on that? When you were speaking about policy, you said you will establish guidelines.
The hand right there in this row that I noted, in fact, it was the first hand to rise. Over to you, sir. Okay.
Ok, bonjour à tout le monde. Je suis Asakal Bruno du Cameroun. Avec un intérêt particulier, j'ai écouté la présentation de ce groupe qui parle sur les pratiques agricoles et savoirs autochtones. J'ai 2 préoccupations. La première préoccupation est de savoir pourquoi est-ce qu'ils ont centralisé leurs travaux ou bien leurs différents objectifs au Ghana, alors qu'il y a plusieurs pays qui sont constitués dans ce groupe. Pourquoi est-ce qu'ils ont choisi le Ghana pour faire tout cela? La deuxième préoccupation est celle de savoir est-ce qu'ils vont faire un état des lieux des différentes pratiques agricoles dans chaque pays ou ils vont seulement se concentrer au Ghana? Merci.
Over the years.
Hello, I'm David Oyo from Kenya. So my questions revolve around, given the highly politicized nature of environmental and food system and landscape, I was wondering how some of your research will be able to navigate this, given there are many other work which has been done around that area, but they end up being stalled. The recommendation in terms of policy end up being stalled. So I was wondering how will some of your work navigate around that? My second question is on the issue on early warning systems. We understand the variability and the continuous change in climate nature. And I was thinking, how are some of your research borrow indigenous knowledge, maybe to address that, because that's a big issue at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. The gentleman from Nigeria.
Okay, my concern, the discussants touch on it a little bit, but I want to also talk about it more. The presenter stylishly was trying to dodge methodology, telling us that he don't want to, or they don't want to impose any method on the informants. No, it is a proposal, and there is no proposal that is static. So it's a research proposal, it must be dynamic. So if you go to the field and things change, you come and you tell us things change. But here, I think interview that you are dodging is very important. We have interview protocols, and the one we are adopting here more is semi-structured interview protocol, which means you will have what you want to do. You are not moving away from it, but that you are open to what will come up on the field. So that is where I wanted us to be very, very clear.
Very much. Right behind you.
Thank you very much to the group.
a little bit to what my colleague stated over there. When you opened up your discussion about epistemic justice, I think that a question arises around this issue of sustainability and environmentalism as a discourse, because this discourse is often weaponized against indigenous communities. I think it's Nimo Basi who talks about green colonialism, the idea that Africa has to remain a garden while the rest of the world industrializes off the resources of Africa. So I wanted to know, in terms of thinking about a policy in Ghana, remember Ghana is a very diverse space. Cape Coast is not like Tamale. There are different regions with different environmental biomes. Are you trying to develop a policy that encompasses the entirety of Ghana, or are you trying to approach it from a context basis? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Hello. My name is Raymond Selomanyasu from Ghana, and I would like to answer Kapatike's question. In the words of Professor Makamu, he says, the language of science is not African. And what he means by that is that the concepts that underscore science is not necessarily in Kiswahili, Chi, Ebe, or Yoruba, but then the framework is westernized such that it is not necessary or relevant to us. And my research professor in Ghana, who used to be in the University of Western Cape, that's Dr. Patrick Swansea, he stated this when I was having a conversation with him, that education is not delinked from society. When you delink education from society,
I'm hearing some members right there. I'm not sure whether this gentleman is speaking nonsense or what. And if someone is speaking more sense than him, I will stop him and give over to the ones who are speaking sense. But if that's not the case, then let this gentleman continue.
Thank you. He says education is not delinked from society. And when you delink education from society, you end up producing useless people. So to answer your question, there are several indigenous knowledges that are relevant to context. A careful look at the framework that backs education in Ghana would just depict that it's highly westernized. The concepts that are relevant to Ghana have not been captured. So the voice for indigenous knowledge systems are clearly being delineated. They are alienated completely from the curriculum. So we are seeking to present the arguments that these used to exist, they helped. So we are not necessarily encompassing everyone, but we are presenting the idea that you have totally alienated this very, very, very pertinent issue from the whole of the curriculum. And you need to pay careful attention to it, because the Western concepts that has highly characterized the educational system hasn't been working. And we are having all of these issues of illegal mining, called galamsey, and all of these things happening. So if these frameworks or these concepts were really working, we should have a difference in change, because the whole idea of education is to change a person and to inculcate values that are relevant to the society. So if you are not thinking about how the person is going to be relevant in a society by picking up what the society needs and inculcating in that individual, but you are presenting them from other people, then it will definitely not be very necessary, and education is useless. Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Damaris. Damaris from Cameroon. And specifically, I'm coming from an institution in Cameroon called eBase Africa. Can you hear me, please? Right, thank you. So I want to respond to the question on methodology. And I want to start by saying that assuming epistemic sovereignty does not come merely by declaring it, but through ongoing reflection about how we show up for research and what we show up with. And where I come from, we have an indigenous research methodology called Toride, as was mentioned during the presentation. Toride is an indigenous research methodology that combines research methods from the global north and indigenous ways of knowing from the global south. And it's really a method towards knowledge generation, how we disseminate knowledge, and evaluation of change.
And with these methods, we use a tool called Deftere. Deftere is a Fufude word that stands for storybook. So when we get into a community, we use this Deftere to gather the lived experiences of people or the stakeholders that we are working with. And how does this process look like? When we get into a community, maybe I give you a little bit of background of the work that we recently did in Ghana, or that is ongoing in Ghana with the Happy program. It's a MasterCard funded project. So what we do is that when we go into the community, we start with what we call the opening of the heart ritual, where we put together the community members that we are working with, and we have them just open up their heart to us in a bit to build trust. We have them tell us things about their community, what they love most about their community, just conversations around things like that in order to build trust, because this methodology is very reliant on trust. The next thing that happens in this process is that we have community consent, and community consent is gotten from the person that is in charge of that community. In Ghana, in the context of Ghana, is the assemblyman. In the context of Cameroon, for instance, it can be the traditional ruler. And what happens after that is that community members then give us their individual consent. It can be through audio, it can be through video for those who are disabled in one way or the other and cannot speak or cannot write, or it can be written. And when they do this, so how do we then collect their lived experiences? It is collected in their local languages. Those who want to write, record their lived experiences through their Deftere. Those who cannot write, they speak in their local languages. So how do we then ensure fidelity? How then do we ensure that the data that they have given us, we don't tamper with it in our results? So what we do after that is that we translate them we translate the Defteres using AI, and what we ensure is that there is a human being in the loop. But another thing we do to ensure fidelity is that we then take these stories back to a local storyteller in the community for them to check the fidelity of stories. And when they check the fidelity of these stories, we categorize them into truth and false stories, okay? So if I want to go into the nitty-gritties of that, this answer will take too long. So let me just give you an overhaul of the process. When we categorize them into truth and false stories, the next thing we do is that, do I have your permission to continue, please? When we categorize, yes. So the next thing is that we also triangulate with other data, and we have so when we categorize into truth and false stories, the next thing we have is that we have red and green stories. Red stories are the ones that do not align with our intervention, and green stories are the ones that do. After that, what we do is what we call the Toride compass. Now, how do you determine the kind of story that you bring back to the community? And how do you know the kind of story that will achieve the intended, the intentions of your intervention? We have what we call process stories, narrative stories, impact stories, and creative stories. I'm sorry, the process is really long, but this is just to show you that there are serious conversations around how we can assume our epistemic sovereignty. And there are people like us at eBase Africa that have taken time to develop an indigenous research methodology that responds to this.
Thank you very much. But even before, Dr. Murung, I hope you are listening to this. I want you just, there was a phrase you made so that the people who think that you are dodging methodological questions will know that there was no dodging. You said that epistemic something is something, even I was very confused, but you say epistemic is not declaration. What is it?
That assuming our epistemic sovereignty does not simply come by declaring it, but through ongoing reflection about how we show up for indigenous research methodology and what we show up with.
Accuse me of being biased, so be it. But that was brilliant. No, it was. Reminding me of Ferenc Fanon, who says, the declaration of negation is not in itself negation. So declarations, methodology, that and expectations. Hey, is there anyone still who wants to go there before we go back to the floor? Just let the brothers hold on for some time. Sisters, anyone who wants to go?
Yeah, my name is Anastasia. I come from Ghana, and I would like to answer the question on why the research is centered on Ghana. I think I'll answer it as it just happened. When we met in the group, we realized that though Uche is coming from Nigeria, he has lived in Ghana and he's focusing on the Odo River, which is in Ghana. And then our sister Damaris is also inspired by a project she's doing with eBase, which is centered in Ghana. So she wants to expand it. That is why all the three projects are centered on Ghana. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Charlotte Titibia. Titibia is my Ghanaian name, so you can address me by using that one. There was a question on the role of women in this research. Yeah, so when you come to most Ghanaian schools, in fact, from the nursery to the university, a lot of women are in the educational sector, trying as much as possible to impact generations. So engaging women in this, our study, we are going to look at the role of storytelling. As my brother said, we don't have a direct methodological approach. In engaging with the members of the communities, we will have women telling us stories on some of the environmental concepts that we can use to decolonize the mind of the Western concepts that sometimes are abstract to the learners. If you are teaching a child in, let's say, KG1 or KG2, and you want the child to know something about segregation, and you just say segregation, it will be too abstract to the child. But maybe when you use a concept that is more relatable to the child, like African concept that the child understands, it will help the child to get the concept very well. If I'm talking to my daughter, then I want my daughter to know that when you are walking around the street, you don't have to put rubbish, you don't have to put all rubbish together. But when you see maybe a green dustbin is for plastics, and when you see whatever it's maybe a red dustbin, it's for food residue. I can use the concept of cassava. When you want to cook fufu, we peel up the cassava, and the leaves of the cassava, we segregate them. We separate the ones that animals can eat. So if I am with my mother and I know this from the scratch, and I go to school and my teacher is teaching me about how to separate plastics from other residue, I'll be able to relate it other than using concepts that I'm not familiar with.
Speaking in the language of the family so that the people understand what you are talking about and not speaking above people's heads. This is what I seem to be hearing.
Hello, my name is Christiana, also from Ghana. And some of the practices we intend to use is bringing back, in Ghana, we know that sometimes way back, those days, they used to have some practices. Like Tuesdays, farmers can always go to the farm, but with the exception of Tuesdays. And in a way, they were conserving and protecting the farm. So these are the practices we would like to bring back. People can fish. They will go to the fish all the days of the week, but then there were exceptional days they were not allowed to go. And in a way, it was conserving. And sometimes we will have occasional festivals, and then we will have cleanup exercises. Those were gone in the days, especially on Saturdays. Nobody goes anywhere else. And that was especially for these cleanup exercises. But where we can't find these things anymore in our days today. And we want to bring them back so that we can conserve and preserve our environment. Thank you.
Let us park for the moment as the fellows. If you've got more responses to give, park them for now. I quickly want to take a few more hands so that we can have maximum participation on both sides. I saw a hand here. Is it still, do you still want to come? You're okay. You are doing so well in such a way that someone who raised their hand earlier on has withdrawn because those questions have already been answered. Beautiful. Shall I see hands, please? I see a hand there, right there. That will be the first. So only one question and that's it. So we have closed the questions and comments. We'll go over to the fellows to make their concluding remarks and summing and summary. Then we'll proceed. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. I'm Sandra from Cameroon. So I want to ask this question from my Cameroon sister, where she said when they get the stories, they use AI to transcribe them. I know that when we put indigenous languages on AI, it doesn't quite give us what we want. Even when if you use like an audio, you sound like a voice note, their transcription or the way they spell it is not exactly what you want. So how does AI generate that information? Is it that you put the English version and please, thank you.
Q for your question.
And also to say that they have the true or false. So who determines if it's true? Is it AI or the people?
Okay. Okay. Maybe I respond first to a pending question that was not answered before I answer the next question that has been asked. And that's a question on the engagement of girls and young people. For my research project, particularly, I'm working with women, young people, and people living with disabilities. And the argument for which we use our methodology really is that it valorizes meaning over metrics, unlike Western research evaluation paradigms, and context over standardization. So research tools like key informal interviews, surveys that will not really capture the voices of people like women, young people, and people living with disabilities. When you get their stories, you are able to get nuances, you are able to understand it better, and you are really able to capture their voices meaningfully. So that is how we are going to be engaging them. For the question about the use of AI for the translation of stories, particularly for the case of Ghana, we have a Ghanaian that has created an AI tool that translates all Ghanaian languages. Maybe I get the name later and give it to you. I don't remember the name. And how do we ensure that there's some level of humanization, or that we humanize people's voices, even though they are being translated by AI? Is that there's a human being in the loop to ensure this translation. And what we do again is that we take these stories back to, it's a co-creation process. We take the stories back to local storytellers in the context, from the context that we got these stories from. And we have the local storytellers look at the stories again and evaluate if what has been translated really aligns with what the people said. And there is also, and even in dissemination, even before dissemination, there is another process that ensures that the community validates that these are the stories that they told us, and this is what they want to be disseminated before the dissemination takes place. I hope that answers your question. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. I would like to take us back to the question on women again. Women. There's a saying in my local dialects that that is to say, if you are looking to know something, go to the grandmother. So basically, that is how our communities are built. The knowledge systems are built around our women, because from where I'm coming from, you would have your father go out for work in the morning, and the next time you are going to see him is in the evening. But do you leave for school, come back to meet your mother at home? So you spend much more time with your mother, your grandmother, than your father and grandfather. So the knowledge systems, basically, though we are yet to go to the field to know who knows what we seek to know, but we are anticipating that most of the participants or the indigenous people that we are going to co-create this knowledge with are going to be women. Thank you.
Just on that note, Ifeama Dume tells us that amongst the Igbo-speaking African people, they have a song, and I don't say this, it's Ifeama Dume. Mother is supreme, mother is supreme, mother is supreme. And we have the audacity to call Africans patriarchal.
I would like to address the question on stored policy recommendations. I would say our research, specifically my group, is so timely that the new curriculum that was enrolled is set to be reviewed in the next few years. It's a 10-year curriculum plan, but then it's going to be reviewed in, I think, 2026. So this research is going to give us a voice to center on IK and then present our argument that this is how we've been doing things. It's not been working, because if it's worse, we should be producing people who are relevant to society. And this brings me to the question with the strategies with, the state frameworks and then community conflicts. The whole point of education is to carry on values that are necessary to the society. In the case of formal education, these values are now packaged into something we call the curriculum. So there is a bit of organization. So if the community determines who and what values are necessary to it, and in turn, these values are necessary to the state. So I don't think that if the community says that this is what we need, these are the values, the concepts, the precepts that I think that my people need to have to be better serving members of my community, and present that argument to the state is going to refute it. Because in the end, these very people are coming together to form the state. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. I also want to add on to some, I think there was a question on how to empower indigenous knowledge bearers. One time I was having a conversation with one of my bosses, and she knows one prominent man in Ghana. He's Ejako Nimo. He's into drum and songs. And I told Prof that, Prof, I teach Akan, and sometimes when we are teaching the children, there are some indigenous concepts that we lack. So I would be glad if I can get opportunity to engage Ejako Nimo, so that I know some of the cultural values of Akan songs and all that. And Prof was like, oh, that's so nice, because Ejako Nimo even wants to want people to come to him to interview him, so that he can transfer his knowledge to them, so that other people too can get access to the indigenous knowledges that we have. So if you are asking about empowerment, all these indigenous knowledge bearers are ever ready to receive us. So as young researchers, if we are going to them to seek for knowledge to bring it back to the society, so that they will be used in our science education curriculum, I believe it will make them proud, and it will also help our indigenous knowledge to be sustained in our communities. So that's what I want to add.
Yes, I promise you, I'm not a mean chairperson. I gave an opportunity twice, and I said going once, going twice, and the principal's son is here. He's telling us that the principal would give you one chance, second chance you mess up with it, then there's no other chance. And so this group is giving us 9 minutes ahead before our tea, but I think that we can still be lenient and see if there's any one hand that really wants to have something. Yes. So we'll give to that sister then you were? Really? I am so sorry. I apologize. I'm on my knees. Never mind that I'm standing. So you are the first. You come being the first of the first. and she'll be the second of the first. Okay, so sister, she's the first of the first and you're the second of the first, and both of you remain first. So over to you, please.
Okay, so thank you. I just want to comment on these policies. They were referring to police guidelines, so I want to refer or comment on that. When we talk about policies, policy is a kind of a complex subject, and I was hearing my brother here responding on that, and he's giving us a beautiful ideas. It's very beautiful, but in a practice, it doesn't work. Remember, community are not recognized in our governance process. And who create policies, it's always the governance, the Pope, the minister, and so on. As an expert, as a consultant, as a civil society, as an organizer, we can even go to the community, listen to the community, take all those information and their concern and what they want to see and the policies, and we take to the governor. But if the government does understand that the community, it's really important what they're saying, it's what can really impact in the society, will not be doing anything. Remember, we can even set a beautiful recommendation, but I think if you really want to do that, you really need to do a lot of advocacy process and public awareness, and it really work closely with the ministry, either with the government or those even in the parliament, because they have a point there. They can help you addressing those issues. If you don't work that way, nothing will be happen. Thank you.
The fact that it doesn't work does not mean that it cannot work. And I think that the very argument that you've made indicates that if ABC can be done, it can work.
Of course.
Second of the first.
Je m'appelle Maïliman Iadjanabou du Cameroun. Je voulais apporter une revendication par rapport au terme d'effet que ma soeur du Cameroun avait abordé tout à l'heure. En fait, deftere veut dire livre. Pour dire deftere, livre de conte, on dit plutôt deftere tali. Pour dire livre de citation, on dit deftere bandi. Deftere veut dire juste livre, pas livre de conte. C'est un peu ça. Merci.
Thank you very much. Over to you, please.
Right. So about what our sister there is saying concerning policy. Policy is a very complex conversation, and there was also a question that was raised on how do we navigate the politics around food systems. There's an ongoing conversation around GMOs right now. It's a global conversation, and that in itself, the work that we do validates the very essence. I mean, what do I want to say? I'm saying that those questions validates the very essence of the work that we do, because there is, I think that our governments are not equipped with information, with tools and strategies around how they can really navigate the way that they form policies around our food systems. And research work like this will build scientific data, would build evidence for that. So I just wanted to respond to that and say that it overall validates the very essence of the work that we do. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And there was a question on how I intend to navigate researching in Ghana, being a Cameroonian. So, as Elia said, I'm recently working on a research on an evaluation project in Ghana. So I would have time to navigate that. Thank you for your concern.
Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much. To add up to
you said that women in your culture are always prioritized. So let's prioritize them.
Okay, thank you. So when it comes to the issue of policy, I think every group that has come before us, and we inclusive, we admit that it's a challenge, because taking into consideration the bureaucracies in our country, we will not claim that we can have direct access to our politicians and then those in governance. And we don't want to be too ambitious, but then we want to take it one step at a time. And we know that it's not going to be a radical change, but then we want to start with the advocacy. Maybe by chance, somebody will pick it and then it's going to help in the implementation of the new curriculum. Thank you.
No, be ambitious. You see, the problem with Africans is that they are too modest, and that's why Shai is not here in there, but Godwin is there. They were saying that recommendations letters come and they are very shy, there's no strength there and all that. You've got to be radical, you've got to be ambitious, nothing must stop you. Go for it.
Okay.
Okay, thank you. To add up to the policy conversation, I think it's, as Professor Santi is asking us to be radical about it, that's, I think, the way to go. The current Ghanaian government is actually a youth-focused government and is very receptive of youth inputs. And we are all youth, and since it's the presidential swearing in, there has been a lot of stakeholder engagements when there has been a national education forum where there was about, I would say, 80% youth participation on the forum, and there's been a lot of other stakeholder engagements in other sectors where youth has been made the focus. So the thing is that, as I said during the presentation, we want to contribute to policy. First of all, we are not policy experts. And one thing I've come to understand is that looking at the global contribution to knowledge and research, the metrics are saying that Africa is contributing less than 15%. And the thing is that, so in case you'd want to draft a policy, you'd need knowledge from the literature and other sources to draft a policy. Here comes indigenous knowledge is not well documented. If it is, it's not documented in places that are visible. So first of all, we must make it very visible to, first of all, stakeholders, to the government. So one thing we seek to do is also to prepare a policy draft to send it through the right quarters so that at least during the next review of the curriculum, the government knows that there is this document that we can make reference to.
First of all, you've got 30 seconds.
Thank you very much.
Very much. Secretariat, you know, the two of you must stand up for us and clap because we're finished ahead of time. Please.
So thank you. Please stand up for your gifts. So thank you. This is a break time. When we come back from break, we'll have two groups, which I don't know if they are the best, but they are the last one to come, and we'll see if they are the best or not. So I would like to let you know that during the break, if you can take 1 or 2 minutes in each group to grade all of the groups, you know, you go on the link. One person in your group will be in charge of putting the grade in the form. Then you have only the two groups remaining. So that's, you know, when we come back from the break and then, you know, the two groups present, it will just take 30 seconds to finish the grading. So do most of the grading right now during the break. so that, it won't take much time when we come back after with the last two groups. Okay. If you have any issue getting in the link, just let me know and we'll solve that. Thank you. Have a nice time. And then I'll see you at 11:30.
Mas amiga com babá para ficar de ambiente. Nenale, Zoe, Nenale, Paul, Asami, Fano, Miguel Fall, Jamal, Miguel vai Igor Fall, mas amiga com babá. Jamal, amiga com babá. Jamal, mas amiga com babá. Igor vai, malai. Amiga com babá. Nenale, Paul, Dikudaliko, it's tricky, wow. You still know what it is. They could get no one of us. Don't know to be fully full of let go, boy. Let go. Jaramayo, Jamba Bival, Jamba Menval, Jamba Menval, Mama Jabal, my daddy gets Babal. Yes, yes, Baba. Sama Mama Bamba, Jabal, Nenale, Sorry. Samama venya bamba sia pai forma de que babal. Samama venya bamba mais abige kumbabal. Nenale. Swag. Multi kudadiku. Wana kisti wow. Kisti ba what it is. To be fully full of you. Let go, boy. Jamba. Jamba. Let the youth divide what my happy get from Baba, the Gaval. Nenale. 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 Nenale.
Welcome back. Please have a seat. I am inviting Group 11 to take the stage. Group 11.
Hello, everyone. Hello. The nice thing about this presentation now is I'm the only Shivenda speaking lady from South Africa here. So I can do my presentation in Shivenda and no one is gonna ask me questions. Also, if I go on and present in English, we are almost the last group. So all the questions have been raised and answered. So any question that you ask now, you already asked it, and you probably have an answer. So you can just relate to that answer. That's our answer also.
Oh,
that's
true.
Okay, there is a Chivenda speaking person. I'll speak in English, it's fine.
And that's Chivenda.
Okay, so disappointed. Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Murendeni Netengwe. I'm from South Africa. I'm a medical research scientist and I'm a representative today for my group, Group 11. I would like to start this presentation with a very short story that all of us know about, and I hope it will take you down to memory lane. A long time ago, well, a few days ago, in the beginning of the past weekend, my group and I went into a journey that started with us running like headless chickens around this room, trying to look for a partner that shares the same vision, that we could sit with and do research with. It went from us running like headless chickens here, to finding our groups, to switching groups, and to trying to beat our differences, all in the name of impact and the betterment of Africa. But also it was because we had a task to do. I'm happy to tell you guys today that me and my group were able to sit and have a common ground and came up with this lovely topic over here. And we lived happily ever after. It's a story. Okay, the title of this presentation is Negotiating Health Futures Through Tradition, Modernization, Gender and Policy. And I'm happy to introduce my group to you. So my group was consisted of 9 participants from the base of Africa. It was 3 sociologists from Tanzania, a policy analyst, very nice to have that one, and 1 anthropologist from Malawi, 1 botanist from Tanzania, a medical scientist from South Africa, and 2 historians from Malawi and Zimbabwe. And these are the disciplines. So a group of 4 people was doing cultural continuity and identity, 1 person, gender vulnerability, 2 people, a botanist and a medical scientist, went on to do traditional medicine and health, and the historians were doing medicine and dealing with historical archives on that note. I'm just going to highlight a few because of time. Me and my group sat together and we read our concept notes, as you also did, and we found these strengths and weaknesses. So we found that our group had a strong conceptual grounding in terms of it wasn't more of extracting information, but also resilience and cultural continuity. We also found that there was relevance in our topics in terms of like traditional medicine, gender-based witchcraft accusations, and cultural continuity are topics that are ahead today in this present time. We also noted that there were methodological variety, ethnobotanical surveys, interviews. We also dealt with historical stories and going back to historical archives. And this was very nice to deal with. We also noticed that the projects were not mostly about just doing the project, but also we aimed at policy impact. Our weaknesses was the biggest one was in terms of conceptual specificity. The groups focused on traditional medicine in terms of general and indigenous knowledge in general, but not mostly in the specific communities they are working on. For an example, you would want to know about the prevalence of a community before you go and study a disease in that community and how they treat it. There were also other weaknesses like feasibility concerns, although they were limited because it was just more of they didn't really explain or give out a timeline on when they will do this and that so that we can see clearly if this can be done in 7 months. So we recommended a lot of things, but some of them were maybe to clarify rules and ethics in terms of our methodology, to see where the indigenous knowledge holders are taking part and their continuation in these projects. I will skip this because of time. We went ahead and established our common topics. So we had 2 people, as I said, that are dealing with traditional medicine and health, and 3 people that are dealing with cultural continuity, with 2 of them dealing with archives from the historical background. We noticed that the traditional medicine relates with cultural continuity in terms of actually the people dealing with cultural continuity were using traditional medicine as a tool for cultural continuity. We also noticed that on the other hand, keeping culture going will also keep traditional medicine going. I would like to stop here, just to pause here and ask a question to everybody with an indication of a hand. Does anyone here know or have heard of a story of someone who was sick and they were sick because they were bewitched? Okay, I've got an indication right there. So I thought when we met our other member of the group who is dealing with witchcraft accusations, I thought, how does this come in terms of our traditional medicine and cultural continuity? But after sitting with our group, we noticed that there are cases where traditional medicine people are unable to go and consult with their sicknesses because they think traditional medicine is witchcraft. And they also think that they are bewitched. So they would rather look for another spiritual someone who will help them in terms of them being bewitched rather than actually them being sick. We also noticed that there are some cultural practices that are practiced and are associated with witchcraft by the community. So that's where we joined with our participant also who was doing unpacking gender-based witchcraft accusations. This was mainly aimed at women who are accused of witchcraft in indigenous knowledge systems. Together, all of these came to us knowing that we are for traditional medicine knowledge preservation and decolonization, and that's where we have a ground. Our areas of collaboration, we sat together and we looked at how we can make this work, and we came up with different journals and different platforms where all of our information together can be published. And we also spoke of integrating information from our different countries and coming together and putting them as one document that can bring solution, hopefully. We also noticed that we exchange fieldwork methods, not necessarily that we can work together in one field, but exchange how we work on this. We also noticed that there was also cross-regional and cross-interdisciplinary collaboration within us. For an example, in a study that one participant is doing in Zimbabwe on syphilis, and she is looking at the background, it's historical archives on syphilis, and one participant who is in Tanzania who's also studying infectious diseases and identifying this medication. These together can work to fight syphilis. In terms of influencing policy, I would like to say that these which we have written here cannot be achieved only by this group, but can be achieved by us and you guys and everybody else outside. So we understand that this will take time and will take minds, to it, but this is what we thought we are working on at this particular moment. We thought integrating traditional medicine into public health systems would be a great way. And by this, we said we want recognition of indigenous knowledge practices into the modern system first before we can even integrate it. And by doing this, we say we could promote or fight for the traditional medicine to be also part of the budget of each country every year. And we also thought of the medical practitioners in the modern, what we call modern medicine, can also be taught more about what's going on in the traditional level for them to be able to recognize the indigenous knowledge bearers. We also spoke of validating safe medicinal plants. I know someone's gonna get us with this one. But yes, we are looking forward to the safety of everyone. And we think that safety is also another barrier that has stopped traditional medicine into being integrated. The second thing is protecting vulnerable groups and safeguarding cultural continuity. And we said we could do this by establishing community councils and advocacy networks. And this would be mainly women and youth-led, and that will support indigenous knowledge systems. We also spoke of integration of indigenous knowledge systems in schools as well. I would like to end this presentation by a very nice quote from myself, and that is to show gratitude to everyone, including Kodisha and everyone who has listened to me, and that is, thank you.
Gamanda. 5 minutes left, please. No one from you? That's it? Okay. But why are we not clapping for them? They even finished 5 minutes ahead of time.
Good morning, everyone. Morning, Onse. I'm trying to see if you can remember what I taught you yesterday. Morning, Onse. Oh, wow. No one remembers, right? You say Zikomo after I say morning, Onse. Morning, Onse. All right, thank you so much. My name is Kisomo Baskolo. I'm representing group 13 as discussants for group 11. Let me start with a disclaimer. What I'm about to present are not my ideas entirely, but of all the group members from group 13. Okay, we'll start by mentioning the strengths and coherence. Group 11 presents a well-organized synthesis that effectively aligns with AFRIAK's overarching goals of revitalizing indigenous knowledge for sustainable development. They have identified 4 common themes, which is health, traditional medicine, cultural continuity, gender, and vulnerability, and also knowledge preservation, which shows a conceptual depth and coherence. The integration of these themes illustrates an awareness of the interdependence between health systems, cultural identity, and social equity. What this means is that the group doesn't treat traditional medicine as merely a set of remedies, but as cultural systems intertwined within the identity and social structures. The brief also stands out for its action-oriented framing. I commend you for that. The structure findings into 3 practical pillars, which are common themes, collaboration, opportunities, and policy actions, which moves beyond descriptive analysis to strategic recommendations and to strategic recommendation, a quality that strengthens its policy relevance. The second point that we looked at are the thematic insights and critical reflections. Firstly, we look at health and traditional medicine. Group 11 collectively identifies the centrality of traditional medicine in community health systems. However, the summary could benefit from a more
critical interrogation of epistemological tensions between biomedical and indigenous paradigms. The quick questions for reflection are, you should take note of this. Who should do the validation of indigenous knowledge? And how and what are the common ideologies that cut across Africa in harmonized validation process? How can validation occur without subordinating IK to Western scientific standards? Why are we reflecting on this is that if not careful, the notion of validation risks reinforcing colonial hierarchies, if not grounded in epistemic pluralism. This brings us to this point of reflection. What would a truly equitable integration model look like in practice, given the profound philosophical differences between biomedical and indigenous knowledge systems? How can we avoid a scenario where traditional medicine is merely absorbed and subordinated by the biomedical framework rather than transforming it? The second one is cultural continuity and identity. The emphasis on traditional medicine is both therapeutic and cultural, is commendable. Still, there's limited discussion on how cultural identity can evolve in the face of modernization, given the diversity of African knowledge systems. Okay, great. The other one is gender and vulnerability. The gender analysis acknowledges women as knowledge custodians and victims of harmful practices. The focus on women as both key custodians and targets of harmful practices show an insightful understanding of power dynamics, positioning women and youth as central actors and beneficiaries. Okay, I'll go first because I'm remaining with a very little time. Collaboration and research opportunities. The proposed collaborative pathways, joint publications, shared fieldwork, and cross-regional studies are well articulated and demonstrate clear feasibility. What strengthens this section is the emphasis on peer learning and participatory ethics, reflecting a reflective understanding of research responsibility. However, there is a missed opportunity to explore digital collaboration frameworks. Say my time is up, but anyway, we'll share with you the rest of our reflections. Thank you.
If I could be that strict to a discussant, I'm sure you can imagine how strict I'm going to be to those who raise questions and comments. And none can accuse me ever of being unjust. So shall I please see by an indication of hands if there's anyone who, that is the first hand from Cameroon, and that is a hand there, expect from, yes, and there's a hand there from Lesotho. One, hold on, I want to take 5. Cameroon, please, sister, the country you are from? Kenya. Yeah, Kenya. So it's Cameroon, Kenya, Lesotho. Madagascar. Is that it? Is that it? Tanzania. 5. Okay. Okay, because I don't remember giving you an opportunity, I'll add you 6. And it is all women. I think there's a need for a round of applause. So let us go in that order. Cameroon.
Okay, I want to talk on the point that you raised, where you said you want to validate safe medicinal plants with indigenous knowledge holders. The issue with traditional methods is in indigenous plants is the fact that as indigenous plants used for health is the fact that the active ingredients in the plant is not usually isolated. For example, if we are using artemether to treat malaria, the active ingredient in artemether is artemisinin, and it has been isolated to treat the Plasmodium parasite. Now, plants have many active ingredients, So you do not know the association of active ingredients within the plant. You do not know their metabolism, nor their excretion, or even the organs that come into action during this, or even the site of action of these plants. So if you say that you want to validate safe medicinal plants used by indigenous knowledge holders, does it mean that you'll be able to standardize indigenous plants? Because I do not understand. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kenya.
Thank you very much. My name is Wilkista Wefwila from Kenya. My question goes, how is your group or research will go about the issues of regulation and safety while using the traditional medicine, for instance, dosage, because we know as far much as it can treat, dosage is important. And then the second one, the people who misuse these drugs. In my community, we find that the same drugs that treat can be used even, somebody's being given even a 5-liter jerrycan to go and use for abortion. How are you going to go about that aspect? And then what is your take on drug-drug interaction and also drug-nutrient interaction? Thank you.
Very much, Lesotho.
Oh, thank you so much. Mine is not a question as such, but I would like to thank the group for bringing up the issue of witchcraft. I think I came all the way from Lesotho hoping to get more conversation, hear more conversation around issues such as this. So I would like to encourage the researcher to make a continuous research on how the skills can be used or can rather be manipulated for betterment of lives instead of destroying lives. I'm talking about issues such as normalizing flying as a mode of transport. Thank you.
Thank you very much. After Lesotho, we have Madagascar. Okay, it's the fourth hand, right? Madagascar.
Yes, actually, I'm just really curious about the modernization that you were talking. Can you give more explanation about what do you mean about it and how do you intend to do it?
Thank you very much. We have you. I've seen you, Monica, but since we're already here, let's give the sister and then you'll be the last.
Okay, thank you. Karen from Uganda. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. So which strategies have you put to transform people's mindset from considering traditional healing as witchcraft? Then the other one, which steps will you undertake to confirm that your medicine heals? Because as far as I know, you need to carry out tests. Thank you.
Thank you very much. From Uganda, do we go to South Africa or Zambia? Where do we go? South Africa or Tanzania? Are you from Tanzania or South Africa?
I'm from both.
Okay.
Yes, my name is Monica Puta from Azania, South Africa. I just wanted to comment, especially because we have a South African panelist here in this group. I just wanted her, or also the rest of the group, to please look at traditional medicine and commercialization. Because at the end of the day, we have this traditional medicine and healing systems, but to what extent do our indigenous communities benefit? And to what extent are they also extorted? So can you kindly also look at the work that is done by the CSIR in South Africa in terms of commercialization of such indigenous knowledge systems, and what the IKS policy of 2004 and the IK Act of 2019 say about the commercialization of such knowledge systems? Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay, I'll give some of the answers and then the rest of the group can give some. I think I'll focus more on the safety and validation, which is mostly asked. And yeah, okay. So the first thing was the first question was who should validate, and concerns about having to make sure that traditional medicine still stays intact while we do that. I would like to say first that it is very important for us to understand that some cases are very tricky, but them being tricky or difficult doesn't mean it needs to be dealt with. Bringing safety to the table is us acknowledging that sometimes traditional medicine is not safe, and we cannot leave it at that because we are scared that if we try to find measures, then we will be modernizing it. And so the first thing I would like to say is about doses. So we spoke of regulatory bodies that we could establish, and these would be in the form of maybe trainings to help the traditional healers to understand that doses also have an impact in terms of safety. And this is totally up to them in terms of changing the doses on how it changes. Because I also get I need to clarify that we did not say that we are making medicine, because I hear a lot of questions of how are you going to make sure your medicine is like this and that. We are not trying to make any medicine. We are working with traditional healers who are the ones that are healers, and they are the ones going on with what they've been doing over the years. So for us is to help them understand about in terms of doses, to have the right doses. But also there was a question about compounds that are in medicinal plants, I think from my sister from Cameroon. I have a background in this work, and we've worked so much with traditional healers in terms of whatever medication that they use, we take to the lab. So sometimes we do isolate the compounds from it, but sometimes it is the plant as it is, because they use it as it is. They don't isolate in traditional medicine. So what we do is we test these extracts on cells, or you know how it works in the lab, and we find out the right specific doses that are safe for the people. So what we would also like to promote is that as we work with them, we are not saying we are taking their plants and taking them to the lab and do our commercialization. We are saying we are working with them, and as we work with them, we are able to say, okay, we can find out if this thing is safe for people. And you can still work with it. We come back to you, we say, okay, we notice that the dose that you've been using is detrimental or is not safe for the people. And knowing that this is the last thing I'm going to say. In terms of documentation, we also went around the thought of having a conversation with traditional healers in terms of how they document their people that come in. Do they remember who they treated with what? And if they're able to document, if there's a way for them in their own way, not in the other Western way, in their own way, however they can, to document who has been here, who has been treated, the effects, what happened after, are they following up with these people? Do these people come back and say, okay, I'm healed, or after taking your medication, I noticed that I have a headache every time. I'm just making an example. So if we're able to track that down, working with them, then I think we are going towards a way of safety and integrating it better. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. For me, I'll speak briefly about modernization and the question about witchcraft. So first of all, I want to first clarify that actually African knowledge is not witchcraft, but that depends on who is calling it witchcraft. Because actually we realize that actually African healing practices, they are part of the African technology and innovations that African people have had over time. And the purpose of this whole project is to decolonize such terms, is even to make and even show how African healing practices are part of the technology, but not the bad things like my friend talks about witchcraft. So we want to show how African knowledge is part of the world technologies that have been evolving in different societies. And this also goes to the question of modernization. So about modernization, we are not generally talking about this indigenous healing or practices being fully incorporated into the modern health systems. But even we are talking to other issues in some situations, like for my case in Uganda, whereby these traditional healers are sometimes not even recognized. So we're even trying to handle issues of recognition, because you find some cases of, like for example, specifically me, I'm working on traditional birth attendance. In other countries like Kenya, Rwanda, and other African countries, at least they are recognized, though the question is around support, where they're not supported. But for the case of Uganda, the traditional birth attendants, they are not operating. They are illegal. Actually, they were illegalized in 2010. So this whole research is really surrounding the issue of recognition. Can they be recognized as really producers of knowledge? Yeah, thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jane from Tanzania, and I'll be just adding from what my fellow group members have just responded to. And I will like to touch on the idea that how are we going to avoid traditional medicine being seen as subordinate to biomedicine? The idea is not to bring a first world war between these two epistemologies, traditional medicine and biomedicine. The idea is to co-create and co-produce, which is why we are seeing the word alternative in AFRIAK. The idea here is to see traditional medicine as complementary, to harmonize these two epistemologies, to work together and not replacing the already, you cannot escape modernization or globalization. So how do we, make traditional medicine as a generational thing, as a generational science? And which is why in one of our groups, we have a group which is working on cultural continuity and identity. So we are trying to see traditional medicine, especially from the Maasai and Hadzabe groups in our country, as a source of identity, something which identifies them as a group. So we are not trying to bring in or seeing traditional medicine as something which could replace biomedicine or modern technologies of healing, but rather complementing as alternative ideas. Thank you.
Good morning. I would like to also stress on the point of validation. I think last year part one, there were two guys in Zimbabwe who passed after drinking what's commonly called in our local language, kuchu. It's a concoction of different herbs that are placed in water, and you have to drink it. Some use it to improve their sexual stamina, some use it to treat STDs, but no one really knows what was in this kuchu that these guys drank and passed. So it's important for us to find ways to validate the medicine that these indigenous healers are used. And because in this case of the guys who died, no one knows if they got this from a traditional or from indigenous healer. No one knows if they made the concoction themselves. So it's important for us to validate actually what it is that people use. How then do we validate? That's where the medical scientists and the botanists come in to say, if a traditional healer points out that this herb treats this, then the scientists, they can now come in and look for the active ingredients and see how these medicines work to treat or to improve certain diseases. Then also on the point, you say strategy space to help change people's mindsets. On this one, I do not think we can come up with effective strategies to help change people's mindsets, because with people, it's based on a personal belief. While there are some diseases that are medical, that come from biomedical causes, there are some diseases that are supernatural, that are caused by spiritual occurrences. in my language, we call them grow. It's something that you cannot explain. If you go to the doctor, you cannot diagnose you, but someone will be sick. So they are diseases that are caused by supernatural occurrences. I've never come across one myself, but it's hard to try and convince someone who has experienced such a disease to say not all diseases are not caused by witchcraft. So I think it all comes down to personal beliefs or what a person believes. Some people believe diseases can be caused by supernatural occurrences, while some believe diseases can be caused by biomedical viruses or bacteria or something like that. Yes, for now those are the first ones. Okay, hello again. I could also add on what she has just said. I have an example and rather an experience. Traditional medicine does come with both good and bad. So I have worked with people, and it has to do with beliefs. I've worked with people who were suffering from cancer, prostate cancer, and they really believed that they were bewitched. So in response to their symptoms, they had to consult a traditional healer who performed some spiritual, incantation, mixed concoction, but in the long run, they delayed their diagnosis and they were met with grave news. So traditional medicine come with that. So our idea or our group's idea is, talk to these indigenous knowledge bearers and see where they come from as far as traditional medicine is concerned, and really try to validate to us what is good and what is bad and what we can actually, write in policy brief for the purpose of, informing the policymakers. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm laughing because I'm trying very much to hold myself and resist from commenting, and I'm determined to succeed to resist from commenting. Shall I please see my brother there? Hand noted. Hold on. Noted that hand. Any other hand? We have not yet had lunch because I know that in the past people were saying that because we've had lunch, we are tired. Maybe people have now been tired because they have not had lunch. We have Dr. Sentau here, noted the second person. Okay. Those are the only two hands that we have. Over to you, please.
Okay, thank you very much, Chair. I have been, and I think one of the comments brought this up in my mind. I have been trying to reflect on a portion of the title of AFRIAK, Alternative Knowledge. How do we begin to think about, well, let's call it the alternativization of African indigenous knowledge? What are the epistemological basis of saying a knowledge is an alternative rather than a genuine form of knowledge by itself? Maybe I'm making too much of nothing. But when we call our knowledge an alternative, is there a genuine knowledge and you have an alternative form of it? Or you have a knowledge that stands by itself within its own epistemological genuineness? I'm just thinking about what it means to call a knowledge an alternative. Thank you.
Got that, Dr. Sentau?
Thank you. We're just coming back to policy issues. Now, when you think of impacting on policy in health, yesterday I said sometimes you have to walk the journey with them from start to finish so that they know where you're going. The other thing is that start from simple to complex. Like when Kenya decided to have people, what we call birth companions, it's because the community said the women said we wanted somebody to accompany us to our hospital and support us. And there was a midwife from South Africa who wrote in 2010 that the women said they don't go to hospital to deliver because the women quoted that the kneeling position is not allowed in hospital and nurses give you instructions and won't listen to you. And if you air your views, they laugh at you and ridicule you, and they make you feel small and useless. But when I watched programs like, I don't know if you people have watched, called The Midwife, where they were doing midwifery in the 60s, they were allowing women to deliver in whichever position they felt comfortable. But when you go to hospital, you have only one position which you're allowed to use to deliver, while it would have been more comfortable for you either to have the kneeling position or whatever position or a bathing chair. So you could start from your communities and say, this community feels that their best delivery position is kneeling position, and that can come slowly. You are not changing completely the midwifery practice of that country, but you are changing something small. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry, I did not. My name is Michelle Mongola from Eastern Africa. I just wanted to respond very briefly to what my brother raised. And just as a background, I think the alternative came because when this concept was first brought up, back to the debates on indigenous, there were a lot of questions that were raised in terms of people who are responding to the concept. Both, and I think we've talked a lot about what work does indigenous do as opposed to endogenous and so on. But then also people saying that Africans are not static. It's not as if the only kind of knowledge that we have only emanates out of indigenous or endogenous communities, right? That we consistently are developing knowledge in different spaces and in a range of different ways. And so alternate was supposed to embrace all these knowledges that the academy does not necessarily privilege or even include. And we wanted to see, by having this big open term, out of the cohorts that come, can we begin to identify some of these knowledges? Because a lot of people felt that there was much more that could be included, that the words indigenous, endogenous were not necessarily. And I think some examples were given. So that's the thinking. And then I also just wanted a very quick short example. My first job after graduate school, I was very short. I worked 5 seconds. I worked with a hospital. We were developing a curriculum that was cross-disciplinary across all disciplines. And some of the medics we worked with from Asia, from quote unquote native communities in the Americas, in Australia, really took us to this point of taking very, very seriously the idea of bringing our healing and traditions into the academy, but also into the medical field. And they said these are no different. A lot of what we call contemporary, standard, modern medicine actually has the same roots. And many of them are already from those cultures. So I don't think we need to apologize. I don't think we need to put caveats. The same kind of how people validate applies across the board.
Thank you. To you, please.
Good evening, good afternoon. This afternoon or morning? You are doing something, okay. I'm not so far from Madam Shai. I want to contribute on the idea of alternative. From my side, I can say alternative knowledge. We call it alternative because I think we have knowledge that is mostly dominant nowadays than our knowledge. So we call it alternative because there are some knowledges which are mostly dominant than ours. And here, it is Western knowledge. for my side.
Thank you.
I wanted to make a comment on, I think there's a question that had to do with drug-to-drug interactions and drug to nutrition. I think we can have a chat after this because this will take forever to explain. Yeah, please.
We are left with another 17 minutes. But you are my witnesses that I opened that side and I gave them an opportunity to sign. And all of them are saying that they have it good. So that being the case, then I'm handing it back to you. And you can see that I've successfully resisted to say the things that I'm banning to say. And before I fail, please take over.
Thank you, Professor Senti. Please stand up to receive your drink. In the meantime, don't forget to grade all the groups, put it somewhere, and then this is the last group coming in, and then you can just fill the form and send it. Not the list. Group 5.
Person who's leading the group still, please begin while you're waiting for the rest.
Good morning, everyone. Sanbanani. We are the living archive, ne? We are researchers, but first and foremost, we are humans in community. This archive is living because it breathes the realities of those that came before us. We recognize that that we are the wildest dreams of those people, constantly becoming because of the foundations that they laid before us. Our work is rooted in the understanding that we live in and because of community, sustained by rich and beautiful indigenous knowledge systems. These are not static relics, but living, changing, and dynamic practices that have resisted, innovated, and thrived in a world that often dismisses them or treats them as throwaways. We see ourselves not as owners, but as fellow borrowers from this place, holding it in trust for the future humans of this realm and beyond it. We are the living archive. We do not see our communities as separate from us, but as the very spaces that will teach us. It is here in this shared purpose that we tend the fire of protection, change, and disruption together. This is not a record of the past. It is a conversation with the future ignited by the embers of the past. I'm asking that comrades, I'm tempted to use the word comrades, colleagues, that we stand up and join us in song just to revive the energies in the room, and noting that we are the last group, we would also like your attention span to wake up a little bit. So I'm gonna ask that we stand up and we're gonna sing together. So this song is about fire and keeping the fire in the room in the same spirit of the introduction I just gave, right? And I'm gonna ask that it's gonna be play, but I'm gonna ask that everyone in the room also chants the words Booyasha. Booyasha. It is ready.
Thank you so much, Kim. Thank you, everyone. Thank you. So where are we? Globally, policies such as the Paris Agreement, Intergovernmental Science Policy Platform on Biodiversity and Ecosystem Services, and the Kunhem-Montreal Global Biodiversity Framework. They call for the inclusion of Indigenous and local community inclusion within decision-making processes. However, there is this vague understanding of what this constitutes. It is tokenistic and is often treated like a tick box exercise. In this regard, this policy gap needs to be addressed. In a world fractured by Western science ideals and this imposed society-nature dichotomy, this presentation proposes a worldview that is rooted in a different cosmology, one that is constantly African-centered, and it speaks the language of interconnection and the interconnection through the four elements of planet Earth, recognizing the metaphysical and the physical as interconnected and nature as an extension of ourselves. It is a paradigm where Earth provides a foundational Earth provides the foundational ground of ancestral wisdom and heritage. Water flows through the communal and healing forces of connection and preservation. Fire ignites the transformative politics of love and ethics of care. Air breathes air is the breath of life and binds all into a living and relational whole. This elemental architecture is not merely symbolic, but it's a vital expression of the African-centered worldview, guided by the principle of Ubuntu, where our humanity is mutually constituted. It is here at the intersection of the physical and the metaphysical that we locate a powerful politics of respect, love, and care, not as a sentimental feeling, but as an active, ethical, and enduring commitment to the dignity of all beings. This is the fertile ground from which the true decolonial praxis and profound systematic change can emerge. The breathing composition, breath. Breath is what connects us all. We have disciplines such as the applied economics, environmental and geographical sciences, sociology, urban and regional planning, poverty, land and agrarian studies, gender studies, industrial engineering, development, history, and international studies. And we have our group members that are sitting here. We've got Mbali Ntwala, who's from South Africa, from the University of Johannesburg, Gaugelo Matlale from South Africa, Kimberly Kumalo from South Africa, represented by Equal Education, Dr. Enoch Makwaila, Tanzania, University of Mazumbe, Dr. Bridget Lebeko from South Africa, University of Cape Town, Ata Precious Oluwafemi, Nigeria, Redeemers University, Dr. Precious Joan Wakupa, Kenya, Kibabi University. So the collective's work consists of following theoretical frameworks: the African-centered worldview, governance, which basically speaks about, it adopts Foucault's ideology that governance, local knowledge is a form of governance. Green governmentality, it looks at the governance of a mentality. So based on the knowledge that you have, how does that govern the mentality that you have in relation to your environment? Your post-colonial theory, which speaks about the decolonization of knowledge, particularly to disrupt the dominant discourse of colonial knowledge production. We've got the intersectional ecofeminism, which is the recognition that women frequently are custodians of not traditional knowledge, yet their voices are silenced within dominant development narratives. We've got indigenous systems theory, which speaks about critically understanding indigenous knowledge systems as complex, dynamic, and localized systems. And we've got the principle of Ubuntu, which speaks about this idea of interconnectedness and respect as the principle of interaction within community and within society and nature. The common themes that we had within our group work was the preservation of cultural heritage through the documentation of oral histories, with the outcome of having documentaries, children books, and storytelling within the community, knowledge preservation and the co-design of a living archive. So this is the documentation of indigenous climate resilient practices, as well as practices that are environmentally sustainable, and what this looks like within these different communities, and the need to also create a toolkit on these practices that are climate resilience, what food systems within these various communities look like, as well as indigenous medicine and needing to understand these practices. Education, so there is a need for us to also incorporate indigenous knowledge systems within local schools by creating educational spaces for local children. This is an example of the Ocean Literacy Program, which focuses on the ocean value system and incorporates storytelling, folk tales, and poems into open Omo, which translates to the tablet of knowledge. I think it is from Yoruba, yes. And basically creating these educational spaces is to find ways that we can implement indigenous knowledge systems co-currently within local schools, so creating rather an after-school program. And digitalization would look at the database podcast, although this aspect we're carefully deliberating on this, considering that it has several ethical challenges that is associated with this aspect. I'd like to pass on the mic to Precious.
As you come to the mic, you've got 5 minutes remaining.
Good afternoon, everyone. Because I believe you can all hear me. My name is Ata Precious Oluwanifemi, and I'm from Nigeria. So I'll be taking the spirit of the project. So when we came together as a group, we realized that we have, our strengths and weaknesses as well. And then we realized that we are woven by similar traits, one of which is sorry. Purposive and snowball sampling, which will be used as sampling method. So what this means is we're going to be examining our various respondents through the snowball technique. And what this means is that we go to certain places, we interview people, and then from there we gather information, because we know that knowledge is resource. And how that works is that it begins from one person to another person. So we interview certain people, and then we get to derive some historical knowledge from them. And then from that, we interview other persons as well. And then we also looking at the sample size. The sample size will be determined after reaching saturation point. And then we also have our target population. We have ELAs in form of the herbalist, the sangomas, the prophets, the context specific to community. And then we have fishermen. We have fishers in form of men. We have the musel harvesters, women. So these are typically a society of women. We believe that women are so versatile in knowledge. So we have an interest in interviewing women and also get to know some of their niche in respect to our research. And we also have the local community. We are interviewing teachers as well as villagers. We also have the horticulturists. We have the youth and children. And I know that this would probably pose a question in the sense that how do we intend interviewing children, knowing fully well that these are minors, but we also have the intention of gathering people who will be answerable to every research question that we have for these children. And also we have the elders, the rainmakers, and also the traditional leaders, because we believe that traditional leaders are they are mostly the custodian of knowledge. So we have the intention of interviewing these people and how they've been able to work on some of the things that we intend bringing to the masses at the end of the day. And then we have our methodologies, and we are adopting the qualitative research approach in form of oral histories. And by oral history, I know that it is not something new to us as historians, because we believe that history is progressive in nature. And then we have the intention of adopting the oral history through oral traditions, folklores, storytelling, and much more. We also have the rural participatory appraisal, and then we have the participatory action research. We also have the gray literature, and as well as the data analysis. Data analysis method will be dependent on the data collected. However, the following examples are suitable for our individual concepts, such as context analysis, narrative and discourse analysis, the thematic analysis, and then in the later stages of the project, and possibly beyond the 7-month period, we also hope to archive our work either in digital or multimedia format through water. And then, of course, we all know that there is no work without weaknesses. So as much as we have our strengths, we also have our weaknesses. And then one of our strengths is the conceptual grounding of the work. So when we came together, we realized that, oh, okay, I think we have similar knowledge in historical analysis. So we focused more on that, and we looked for ways to pitch our ideas in a more similar way. And then one of our strengths also is critical and responsive teams. Thank you very much.
We've got 15 minutes. And our ancestors taught us in indigenous knowledge that justice must always be blind. And so you do not become just when this is happening and become unjust when something else is happening. Thank you very much. So shall we please have the discussant? No discussant? Shall we proceed without one? Well, time is very precious here. There's nothing like African time. In fact, our ancestors were very punctual people. Otherwise, they would have never been able to invent the calendar and lead in science. Never mind that some people think that I was a superstition.
Bonjour, je suis Mireille Fatima Diallo du Sénégal et je vais discuter sur le sujet du groupe 5. D'abord, je vous remercie pour votre présentation. C'est un sujet pertinent qui vise à protéger les savoirs autochtones tout en utilisant des outils traditionnels comme les récits oraux. Je vais venir sur les points forts de votre présentation. Nous reconnaissons que les projets portent sur des travaux sur l'environnement, la culture, la spiritualité, la médecine traditionnelle et l'éducation, qui sont tout autant des questions prioritaires de l'AFRIAK et qui proposent tous une approche mutuelle qui consiste à regrouper les archives culturelles de différentes régions, ainsi qu'un centre panafricain des savoirs autochtones. L'insertion des femmes dans le projet est aussi pertinente et importante. Et pour finir, la mise en place d'une plateforme numérique et multimédia des savoirs autochtones est une idée vraiment merveilleuse et nous reconnaissons aussi la clarté dans la construction des sujets épistémiques. Mais comme aucun travail scientifique n'est tout à fait parfait, je vais laisser mes collègues revenir sur les points faibles, les questions et les recommandations. Je vous remercie.
Ok, bonjour à tous. Nous remercions déjà le groupe pour leurs différentes présentations. Et comme aucun travail n'est parfait, nous avons eu à enregistrer quelques lacunes et quelques points à améliorer. Déjà, dans le résumé, il faut noter qu'il y a une interconnexion faible entre les différentes thématiques dans la note conceptuelle qui n'a pas été très bien spécifiée ou bien déterminée. Nous observons également une répétition dans les deux premiers paragraphes à partir de les simples propositions jusqu'à gestion environnementale et culturelle. Ensuite, nous avons également dénoté le nombre de pages qui n'a pas été respecté. Ils sont allés à 1,5 pages au lieu d'une page. Ensuite, nous notons aussi un accent un peu trop particulier et répétitif sur la mise à disposition d'un centre d'archivage virtuel qui s'accentue sur 2 points ou bien sur 2 domaines, alors que dans les savoirs autochtones, il devait au moins s'agir de 3, 4, 5 des thèmes qu'ils ont abordés. Nous notons aussi que le résumé et la présentation n'ont pas spécifié le calendrier. Donc, il serait un peu difficile pour nous d'en juger si c'est véritablement faisable en 7 mois. Concernant la méthodologie, ils ont présenté une méthodologie, mais nous n'avons pas eu à savoir qui sont les acteurs, où est-ce que ça va se tenir et quels sont les peuples qui sont identifiés ou encore quel échantillon. On se demande est-ce que les femmes et les jeunes sont centrés. Nous continuons avec les mesures politiques. Nous ne savons pas également si c'est véritablement explicite. Et enfin, les travaux empiriques qui sont un peu limités à 2 à 3 domaines spécifiques. Merci. Nous donnons la voix à notre confrère pour les questions.
Bonjour tout le monde.
1 minute.
Oui, je ne vais pas tirer en longueur. C'est Cheikh Diop du Sénégal. Je vais me contenter tout simplement de poser des questions qui sont au nombre de 3. Vous avez parlé des pratiques de pluie artificielle en Tanzanie. Nous aimerions savoir qu'est-ce que les pratiques de pluie artificielle en Tanzanie. La deuxième question, quelle est la méthodologie que vous comptez mettre en place pour mener à bien ce projet? Et la troisième question, comment comptez-vous faire dialoguer vos différentes thématiques afin d'aboutir à un travail pluridisciplinaire? Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for the discussion. They finished 30 seconds before their time was up. You will have noted the discussants' points and questions. Whilst you are thinking of them, we are going to invite 5 people from the floor And then you will respond to all of those. I'm getting. Shall we please invite people who'd like to ask questions or comments? Breakfast must have been very heavy. We have your hand, we have noted it. Please hold on. I'd like to see if there's any other hand. Either the groups are doing incredibly well or the people are incredibly exceptionally full. So there's one hand from you, Sisi, noted, and you, brother, over there, please. You're the second one, right? Any other hand? None whatsoever. Thank you very much.
Bonjour à tout le monde. Je réponds.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Dikeledi Kapa, and I'm coming from Lesotho. You mentioned prophets as some of the people that you'll be interviewing for your research. How are you going to determine whether those prophets are true prophets? Because if you come from the southern part of Africa, you know that prophets are actually business people. They can tell you anything in order to get money. So how are you going to handle that? Thank you.
Merci de m'avoir accordé la parole. C'est Issa Diouf du Sénégal. Je salue d'abord le travail qui a été effectué. Et je trouve que c'est un bon travail dans l'ensemble, mais cela révèle chez moi certaines préoccupations et inquiétudes. J'ai remarqué que tout au long de présentation, ils se sont appuyés et affirmé leur afrocentrisme. Je me demande à cet égard, comment comptez-vous départir de cet afrocentrisme pour étudier votre objet de manière objective sans tomber dans un certain militantisme? Ma deuxième question, c'est comment penser une épistémologie véritablement plurielle sans reproduire un relativisme culturel ni tomber dans l'universalisme occidental? Merci.
Fellows, it's over to you.
So much to the floor at large for your questions. I'd like to just first clarify one on the policy. When we began, we clarified what was the policy gap. There's global policies that are speaking about including local and indigenous knowledge and local communities within decision-making processes, but there is no clear indication as to what this is. There's a vague inclusion of indigenous people and local communities within these processes. Therefore, the actual outcome of it and on practice, it's very vague, it's very tokenistic. So I've clarified the issue about the policy gap. And another question was about the methodology. I do believe that within the slides, the methodology was quite clear. We've indicated that we will have purposive sampling. We've indicated there will be snowballing within the community. We've indicated we'll improve oral histories. We've indicated we will take a rural participatory appraisal and as well as a participatory action research. And another question that I'd like to clarify is how are you going to determine those prophets are true prophets? I think a theme that I have been picking up within the floor is within determining whether African traditional healers or prophets are true. What we're doing right now is documenting knowledge. We're trying to see if there are themes that are running across the knowledges that we are documenting. I believe that within the community, as we're going to be snowballing, whether or not we are taken onto the wrong paths, I believe that every wrong path, you always go back to the right path. And another one, we speak about Afrocentrism. At no point did we mention that. We speak about the African-centered worldview, which means that we're talking about the connection between the physical and the metaphysical. That is the cosmology that we take within our collective research. so that we can understand what underpins the axiology, what underpins the knowledge that we're looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd like to just address the comment around our projects seemingly not being interlinked, right? And we understand this as a process that each of us have our individual projects, but we'd like to synchronize some of the paths that we're walking together and not necessarily taking like what we viewed as a tokenistic approach to now extracting from these communities and then coming together and scrambling to put together an output, because that is not what we were envisioning from the very beginning of these projects. So we are linking in terms of thinking around how we create spaces for the community to engage these policy gaps that we're seeing from the different contexts that we're working in, and how we can share knowledge between communities if the communities feel that we should do that, if that's the next point that they feel that the projects should move into. It depends on what they tell us, right? We're not going to decide at this point, and what we decided as a group is that we're not deciding at this point what exactly it is that we're doing together outside of having engaged the communities and engaged them on these policy gaps and what sort of direction that they give us. Thanks.
One more time. In the absence of anyone raising her or his hand, Secretariat, please allow me to hand over back to you. Thank you very much.
So thank you to Group 5, the last but not the least. So here we are at the end of the group presentations. Please stand up to receive your gifts. So now you have everything you need to put the grades, okay? All the group have been here. I wanted to clarify that you have to grade each group together. So each group you get together and you give a grade from number 1 to number 17. Okay? So that's a consensual decision among you. It's not just for one person to give the grades, but it's for one person to go online and just put the grade in the form. I don't know if that's clear enough. So you have to discuss in the group and give the grade to add to the other groups. Yes, question? Okay. Put one, it's okay. I'll see how to do it. So you just give the grade 1 to yourself, okay? To your own group. Just put one there and we'll tweet that. So you have 1 or 2 minutes to do that, please. We need the grade right now. So I'm gonna look at my computer. I'm expecting the grade to come in the next 30 seconds.
Dans ce que nous sommes, les Africains, avec nos rites et nos valeurs ancestrales, mais je ne suis pas d'accord avec la théorie du post-colonie. D'ailleurs, Achille Bembe, qui en est que le promoteur, a fini par dire qu'il n'est pas post-colonial, en fin de compte. Il a même dit qu'il n'est pas de les gens pour Bayard, il a fait partie en France. Alors, la post-colonie me semble une nouvelle escroquerie académique africaine. La post-colonie a encore dit que c'était fini par rapport à la colonie. Ce dont je n'approuve pas trop, que je pense qu'il faut parler de bibliothèque, des savoirs africains, bibliothèque africaine. Et c'est pour ça que je trouve que l'initiative conjointe pour le série à masse cadre et sanitaire, je souhaite bon vent à nos candidats, à nos lauréats pour la suite. Je vous remercie.
Began to recognize indigenous knowledge's contribution to sustainable development, biodiversity conservation, and cultural identity. Let us now look at the greatest challenge of integrating indigenous knowledge into policy in Africa.
Pedagogy is significant. From the beginning of this program, we've been talking about the danger of some of these things going into extinction. We've been talking about the possibility that languages that encode these knowledges are facing the danger.
Yeah, for those of you who are not paying attention, we're actually doing a recap already. And Basiru, we are on day 4. Yeah, we have a recap done already for you from day 1 to day 6. Yeah, so continue. Those who are not paying attention, we are enjoying seeing you while you are not enjoying seeing yourself. Can you enable the sound, please? The technical team. The sound on the video.
Because there's a misconception amongst us Africans of thinking that these so-called international languages, international by virtue of being international. The French killed us in order to impose French. The Portuguese did the same. The English did the same. All European languages are ethnic languages. Just like Hausa is Zulu, and all of that. They are ethnic.
Are your ancestors, your intellectual ancestors? How are you feeding yourself as an intellectual, not in terms of the work that you do? How are you feeding yourself as an intellectual?
Concerne tout ce qui concerne changement climatique et nutrition. Changement climatique, nutrition, des thèses ont été élaborées dans ce domaine-là. Nous sommes également en train de travailler maintenant sur la terminologie du changement climatique en essayant de traduire dans les langues locales les termes du changement climatique. Parce que vous-même, si vous allez sur le terrain, si vous voulez traduire même certains termes pour que le paysan ou la communauté vous comprenne, pour donner une réponse claire, il y a des difficultés.
We are still waiting for the submission from group 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 14, 15, and 16. I just saw that 2 groups just submitted, but if you have your number, please submit in the coming second. Thank you. 4, 5, 6, 8, 9, 12, 14, 15, and 16.
Meantime,
Yeah.
I think we should close the meeting now before we go for lunch. And after lunch, I don't care where you go, so long as you appear. I don't care where you go as long as you catch your flight. I wouldn't advise you to do anything that would prevent you from being on that flight. Okay? So I think let us conclude the 2 weeks meeting. So I'll make some remarks. I'm hoping that by the time we finish, IEMI will have all the results, because it is our plan that the group that had the highest score goes away with the present. Okay? So please submit the score. And meantime, where is our choir master? Our choir master is there. I think I promised a t-shirt to the choir master. If he can come and lead us into a song again. Dominique, please. You want to lead us in a song?
Just the one we sang yesterday. Once I did what? Once I did what? Good afternoon. Once I met an elephant. I said, good morning, elephant, how do you do? I'm glad to see you, elephant, I'm glad to die. La 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 la. Again go once I met an elephant on a sunny day. And what did I say? I said, good morning, elephant. How do you do? I'm glad to see you, elephant. La 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 la. The third time, then we final. La la la. La 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 la. Now my sister wants to put some signing into it, so let us welcome her. Thank you very much.
To continue, I'll just add the visual language so that we have the 2 bilinguals, okay? Yes. So,
Once I met an elephant, but a bit slower so that we go with her. Once I met an elephant. Let us go. Once I.
we point yourself.
Yes.
This is mates. The hands are meeting, mates. And then elephant, you see how it has the tusk? The trunk here. Elephant. On, sun, and this is the day. Can you try? So once, met, elephant, on, sunny day. Choir master, you can continue.
Once. So I think we sing to that, isn't it? So once I met an elephant on a sunny day. What did I do? What did I say? I said, good morning, elephant. How do you do? I'm glad to meet you, elephant. I'm glad to dance with you. Thank you very much.
This is how we clap. Thank you.
I, 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 I- I think I'm going to detain the two of them because they all deserve a present. Thank you very much.
Okay.
So this is an additional pedestrian t-shirt, an additional pedestrian notebook. I hope that it makes a difference.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you. Yours is coming. And then there are a number of people who I want to give some presents to. Give me the bag, please. As we wait for the groups to finalize their work. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. When we ordered for the water bottles, the machine and the printers decided that some people deserve two of them rather than one. I can assure you I had no control over that, okay? Can we read out the names of the people who happen to have received two water bottles? Because we're not going with them back to Dhaka, they have your name. Anastasia? Yeah? Darwin? Don? Don't keep coach. I'm easy to, I can pronounce keep coach easier than this other one. Yes, there you are. Sorry. Please. Anastasia, please. I hope the camera can see you. These are the people who decided you deserve food. Congratulations. Don. Keep coach. Chef coach. Timoyo. Congratulations. If there are too many Kenyans, it's not because I rigged the process. Antonio Francisco. Namati Kinyasia. About. Antonio, please. You thank the printer, not me. Thank you very much. Sorry, this is the second last one, Glory. Glory Felix. Huh? Lesedi Mashumba. So you have two water bottles, eh? Thank you. You thank the printers, eh? This is Lesedi. No, this is Glory. This is Lesedi. I need the camera to see you. Thank you. There's one here. About. And it's written there, it's about two. Okay, I think I'm missing in action. Oh, okay. It might be I'm massacring the pronunciation of the name. Am I pronouncing your name correctly? Could be a massacre that I will regret. Thank you very much. Okay. As we wait for the group that was leading, I can also begin just by, again, thanking you all. for taking time out of what I know was your busy schedules wherever you are to join us in Kigali, especially those of you who came from far off countries. I know that if you are in East Africa, it's easier. It's a 1 hour flight from Nairobi. It's less than 1 hour from Entebbe and all that. But I want to thank all of you for prioritizing us, for being here with us, for hanging in for 2 weeks. This is the first time that Codesria has run an induction workshop for 2 weeks. We've never done that before. And while all of us might be tired, I'm very, very sure that we all are also happy that it has been a moment of learning. It has been a moment of reflection. There has been rigorous intellectual engagement, both in the first week and in the second week. In the first week, when we try to introduce you to concepts and try to impress upon you on the need for developing an epistemic community that will facilitate your growth and your expansion of your both conceptual and methodological canvas. And I know that academia can be boring, so I really do appreciate that most of you, if not all of you, did manage to hang in for 2 weeks, and that we have been able to come to a nice, rewarding conclusion to the induction workshop for the AFRIAK first cohort. Thank you very much for that. I also did appreciate the fact that when we came here last Tuesday, we set out an agenda that included turning this induction workshop into an opportunity for us to not just expand our conceptual understanding, develop a better and more rigorous approach in our methodologies. But we also agreed that academia is nice, intellectual work is interesting and all that, but there is something much more important about all of us being here than simply engaging in ideas. You will remember me talking about and citing Thandika Mkandawire's notion of networking. And I said that in his rendition of that story, the emphasis on networking has always been about those in the north netting and those in the south working, okay? I think that what we've done here is that we've turned that upside down. We've been working and we've been netting. And that I'm hoping that when you leave this room and you go back to your countries, not only can you appreciate even more what your colleagues across the borders are doing. It's absolutely important that this workshop did open up your perspective on understanding what other academics across the boundaries but within Africa are engaged in. I hope you don't miss that as a valuable part of why you are here. I also hope that you don't stop engaging each other soon after we leave this room. Our hope is that not only are you going to be together for the next 7 months after we contract you, I'm also hoping that you will all qualify to join the alumni network that will be the product of the work that you will have done in the fellowship. We have set up space for an alumni network, and we have also set up space for at least 1 or 2 members of this cohort to join a governing board that will continue running the fellowship for the long term. I am also hoping that it was a moment for you to grow your literature base, okay? I did say on the first day, and I want to reemphasize, that the reason why we brought mentors to come and work with you was to begin to open up your thinking, to open up your capacity to engage literature that you might not have known. So I'm hoping that one of the things that would have emanated from this workshop is going to be that your literature base has expanded. Now, I want to admit that in selecting the mentors and in deciding on the lectures, we had a social science stroke humanities bias. I am hoping that those who came from other areas of work that is not the social sciences and humanities, it was a fruitful introduction to what we do in the social sciences, okay? But I'm also hoping that towards the end of this engagement, that you will be reversing that situation so that we begin to appreciate what you do in the biomedical sciences and other areas of work that we in the social sciences, we in the humanities may not be too good at. So I'm hoping that there's going to be a productive cross-fertilization of ideas, crisscrossing in all disciplines, allowing us to begin to develop a sensitivity that in reality, in the everyday running of life in any part of the continent, people don't live lives according to a sociology, according to a physics, according to all those things that we organize our disciplines in. And I think if we do that, we will have jumped a very important hoop in the process of developing this group. I'm also extremely grateful that you are able to form your own groups and that you managed to do some creative things from Friday last week up to today, okay? I don't know who introduced the idea of singing and who introduced the idea of dancing, okay? I don't know who it is. All I know is that I have pictures of you dancing, laughing, ululating. I didn't see any crying, so that's a good thing. And this is perhaps for me important because not only does that satisfy the idea of networking, it actually does begin to develop an AFRIAK archive. Okay? It does begin to develop an AFRIAK archive. As the head of CODESRIA, what's important about this particular idea of developing an AFRIAK archive is that I can stand here and say that it is your first time in CODESRIA. So I hope we can capture your journey as the first cohort of AFRIAK. But I also hope that we can capture your journey going forward, okay? Which is our way of saying, feel free to re-engage CODESRIA beyond this program, because we have a whole range of other programs that we do. We try as much as possible to make them programs that you access via competitive application. I don't participate in the selection process. I think this was the first time I participated in the selection process. But normally I don't participate in the selection process. And you can be guaranteed that if you do a good application to CODESRIA, you will definitely be successful in being invited for the simple reason that your work will speak to us rather than you are knowing anyone in CODESRIA. And I feel that it's important to invite you to this. The other thing I would like to put at the table is that I am not too sure, Basiru, how much of an engagement we've had on social media, especially, because I think this is the group that is going to push us to the next level on our social media engagement. One of the things I have committed for the period I've served CODESRIA has been to make sure that CODESRIA is everywhere where you need to see us. And if you do not see us, it's not because we were not there, it's because you closed your eyes when you arrived where we are, okay? How many are now following CODESRIA on X? Roughly a third of the room. How many are following CODESRIA on Facebook, for instance? Okay, roughly another third of the room. We are on LinkedIn. Please catch us there. And as you have seen, the recap is already on YouTube. Okay, it's already on YouTube. So get us also on YouTube, and we do post a lot of things. And I just want to send a special word of thank you to the team that has been recording the proceedings, because they were able to turn around 7 hours footage into 2 to 3 minutes. Actually, there is no 3 minutes. I think the longest is 2.46 or thereabout. So I want to thank the gentlemen and lady who are capturing this, and whoever is editing and mixing, I think. So we are on YouTube. We are everywhere. Don't close your eyes. Don't leave this room before catching up with us. If you are not on social media, you are missing something. I want to encourage you to find us there. And with respect to that, therefore, I can also mention that we have already posted the selection report that we used to select you into the program. We have already emailed you the link. I hope that you get a chance to read. It's in English and French. So there should be no reason why any of you would not be able to read that report. And we hope that it will help you understand the process through which we go in conducting this selection process. I think for CODESCA, this is a very important program in terms of its gender makeup. I think we need to clap. Right. And I feel that there is a very fine connection between the selection we did and the presentations we have listened to. And I think the presentations have been based on sound thinking. You have imagined the kind of projects that you want to do, and I want to congratulate you most sincerely for achieving that objective. I can't leave these final remarks without saying a thing about the policy question, which has come up quite repeatedly. I will be the first one to confess that I have a very, very conflicted relationship with the policy arena in Africa. I have a very conflicted relationship with the policy arena in Africa. I think it's a former World Bank president. I can't remember his name. I can remember his name, but it's a complicated name, so I'm not going to try massacring. And he said that at some point in the 1980s, there were more foreign experts in Africa than there ever were colonial officials during the colonial period. That in the 1980s, Africa had more foreign experts than there ever were colonial officials in colonial times. That's really an indictment of the policy space on the continent. Many of us who have been engaged in this work for a while, we do know that when my country, Kenya, wants an expert on economic something, they would rather fly to Harvard to get an expert to come and advise them on realities that we in Kenya know by simply being there. The very fact that you live there, you know. They would go to Harvard, they would go to many other places to find the kind of experts that they want. And so even the investment we make in our own education is not useful to them because they have attitudes against local intellectuals who know the processes that we go through in our own countries. So because of that, I have a very conflicted relationship with the policy process. And I always try to do a distinction between research-driven policy, okay, research-driven policy, and policy-driven research. Absolutely, my interest is not so much in research that is driven by particular policy assumptions. I'm interested in creating knowledge that can inform the policy space in its many-sidedness, okay? And I'm hoping that those of you who had questions around the policy question, you can come step back and begin to reflect about the relationship between research and policy. Now, I do not disagree that there are moments. I do not disagree that there are moments when policy needs immediate answers and that those answers have to be provided. But more often than not, the answers to any policy questions would be sitting in the range of research that is available in our universities, in the theses, in all these documents that we publish. And yet, more often than not, we import our experts from abroad to come and read our thesis and tell us what we said in those documents. So we need to problematize that particular policy question. In Codesria, we are not going to be at your throat to demonstrate policy impact, because we think if you do your research very well, the policy implications will emerge and nobody will stifle the policy implications from emerging from sound research. And I want to encourage you, first and foremost, to conduct very, very solid research, because solid research will speak to the rest of the community in ways that you cannot control. I hope that that point is taken. I will therefore conclude by speaking very briefly to the next step. Next week, Ayemi, with the rest of the team, will send you an outline of the next steps, okay? But as you leave Kigali, I am hoping that you know you have to revise your concept note in line with the comments that have been given to you. I would like to ask that you really prioritize that process. As a friend of ours warned us, we don't want to be working in December. You remember that point about December? Yeah, we're not going to be emailing you in December. Actually, to be honest with you, I think Codesria will be totally closed by 15th of December. Okay? If we can have all the concepts in, or concept notes in, by the date that IME is going to share with you, we will try to make sure that we fast track the contracting process. Now, one clarification I want to put on the table is that by January, we will also have assigned you into a group of 10. And in doing that, we will try as much as possible to keep, a group of 10, but we'll try as much as possible to keep those groups that already exist. We have to, of course, balance the idea that we need 7 fellows, 2 knowledge bearers, and 1 mentor, okay? We will have assigned you. The clarification I would like to put there is that these groups will begin to work virtually. As you conduct your research, we'll be expecting that you are meeting virtually and talking to each other, okay? We will also be assigning you to a hub in January. So in January, you will know the hub through which as a group you are working. And it's that hub that you will visit for the 1 month that we'll have assigned you. All this need to be resolved. And the knowledge bearers will be a part of your group for 7 months. If you get a stipend of how much? 300,000 CFA, right? The knowledge bearer will also get that amount. So we're not treating them as people who are outside the research process. We're treating them as part of a group of 10 people. And they will also graduate from the program with whatever you get is what they will get, okay? And part of this decision is the product of the thinking we have been doing for the last several days. So it's important that we also have learned a number of lessons. So I want you to remember that there will be a knowledge bearer in the group we assign you. They will be with you from day 1 up to the last day. And so if you develop good relationships and you decide to publish together, well and good. We'll have achieved our objective. Otherwise, I want to, you have the results are in. I feel like I'm presenting an Oscar. So we have two groups that you scored. It's not me, that you scored. Can I ask group number 2? Group number 2, so please come. And Sheila and Dominique will hand over your presence. Group number 2. You don't seem enthusiastic, eh? I would be jumping on these tables as I come. Group number 2, please. Does the photographer want to do any miracle with group number 2? Congratulations, you are among the top. And Dominique will share with you an additional bag from Codesria. So thank you very much for. Please, I think my auntie taught you how to clap. My auntie Marema taught you how to clap. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please. Thank you very much. With who, me? No, I didn't make any presentation. Actually, I'm shy of, I don't like the camera. Have you taken one of them? Yeah, keep me out of this because somebody will think I made any presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah, thank you. Group number 8. I don't know if the other group had my Senegalese neighbors, but this one has my Senegalese neighbors. So when I come to Senegal, treat me nicely. Please move. I need, can we do a sort of like a curve? So that I need you to stand here. Okay, excellent. Okay, Dominique. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you very much. Okay. And Basiru decided to play Senegalese music in the background. I can see the bias. Okay, thank you very much. I think that this really does bring us to an end to the program. I want to extend my gratitude, first of all, to all of you. Secondly, to the mentors. I think they deserve a clap. Professor Afolayan, Ishai Mwangola, Sipiwe Sesanti. There's somebody who is not here, Jack Shibabwa. Okay, thank you very much for your contribution. I can assure you that the journey with this group is not over. So we will be asking you to mentor at least some of the groups, and we look We hope that you will help us make this one of the most important inaugural cohorts of AFRIAK and in pedestrian programming. Secondly, I would like to thank in absentia members of the scientific committee who joined us for this particular engagement. I'm sure that you had an opportunity to learn a thing or two from them. And I want to thank them in absentia because they all left during the weekend. I want to thank the 3 colleagues who came from the hubs. I want to thank Changu, Lucy, and Kumi, who left for not only agreeing to work with us, but for also spending 2 weeks with us. Okay, this is very much appreciated, and I hope that when you go back, you will pass the message that all those nice things I was saying in the boardroom are true. Okay, about how great Codesria is and about how great the fellows are, even though I had not met them at the time when I spoke to you. So thank you very much. Finally, I would like, actually, I think in absentia, it's important to thank Falungom for his presentation. I think it was a very illuminating presentation, and I hope that you can go back online and listen to the presentation from Falungom, professor of anthropology at Boston University. Codesria staff, you guys don't know what it takes, eh? If you don't know what it takes to put this thing together. And I must admit publicly that when we were planning this meeting, we were a bit worried. We've never done 160 people in one place for 2 weeks, okay? We worried about the logistics of flights. We worried about the logistics of airport transport, transfer. We worried just about the logistics of making sure that since we don't, Codesria is not headquartered in Kigali, we were trying to figure out how we will manage being new in Kigali and also delivering on the program. And that team led by Ayemi here, Gladys, Sheila, Dominique, Mariam, and Mr. Tolman Basiru. Okay? They pulled it off. I actually can say without a doubt that I'm the only one who didn't make any significant contribution to this work. And I'm not being humble, I'm not being nice, I'm not pretending. I was very sick all the way into the first week. And they did it. I didn't have to be, I needed to pretend in the first week to give them the meeting, it's, you know, the drive. But quite frankly, they are the ones who have pulled this off. And I want to thank you, colleagues, for making sure that the inaugural meeting, induction workshop of AFRIAK was successful. Again, please, my auntie's clap. In absentia, our colleagues from MasterCard, Ayo, and Ibrahim Owanda, who are the program people who have been working directly with us. I also want to appreciate their contribution. Finally, the interpreters and the technical team. In preparing for this workshop, we essentially handed over the organization of the interpretation facility and the interpretation itself to Dr. Vincent Were. He's standing right there. Yeah, right there. And he has been supported by the following interpreters: Ernest Hategeka, Edwin Edwin Kamugisha, and later on this week was joined by Macharia Weru. I think 3 of them are here. 1 of them had to leave. I want to thank you most sincerely for facilitating this process for us. Again, my aunties clap. Thank you. In the event, we did not, match up to your expectations. We want to apologize. In the event we did not meet your expectations, we want to apologize. In the event we did, we are happy that we did. So for you to demonstrate that we did, we would like to hear your feedback. And there is a link that has already been shared with you. It's absolutely important that we develop a report on this particular induction workshop. So if you have not gone to the link and filled it up, please do so before you go, okay? And again, I just want to make the point that there is a technical team that has been doing this, the photographer, the camera people, somebody who has been mixing the equipment there so that you can see all these things without any problem. We want to thank you most sincerely for your work. And the hotel, I think I will thank them when they give me a discount. But we are happy that it has been a nice home for the last 2 weeks. I want to wish you very well as you embark on your trip back to your homes. Please do let us know that you arrived safely. I am looking forward to seeing you online for the virtual meeting and in person for the final meeting of the first cohort of AFRIAK. Thank you very much and all the very best.